Council, we'll go ahead and call the meeting order. For the record, it is July 19, 2022 at 4:31 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Byrne.
Here.
Councilwoman Burrow.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh. Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simonson.
Here. Next time up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move adoption of the agenda as published.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next item up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we approve the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. Item 16 on the agenda is the Mayor's Office American Rescue Plan Act discussion. I will turn this over to Mr. Miles.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Today, I think my role is really just a little bit of intro and summary of where we've been. Really, this is a lot of discussion for you all to take on regarding the ARPA funding. If you recall, we were last proposed to be in front of you during the budget workshop, and I had sent out, because we got rescheduled from that to today, I had sent out a sheet, and so I just passed that around, what you've got in front of you. Really looking at the right-hand column, budget workshop number 1 is sort of the status of where we stand today. And primarily what I'm looking for is direction for that first phase 1 box so that we can ensure that we are on the right path with those projects so that we can get Public Works moving on those larger capital projects. That said, there's also the phase 2 bucket, which during the budget discussions in June, there was discussion about moving funds around, talking about the larger capital projects in the fire station and the police stations, and funding those with ARPA dollars, as well as IT had presented to you some fiber connectivity projects, 2 of which you'll actually see here later on budget amendment requests from Dave. And then there's sort of a change category of the benefits repayments, SCADA upgrades, and energy efficiency studies that are what I would call off the list at the moment. And then there's also conversations that you have all been having around housing affordability. There's been requests from the Woodrose Apartments, the housing company, as well, for a capital housing affordability project. And so with that, maybe I'll stop there, see if there's any questions that you have for me at the moment, and then turn it all over to you. I'm here for questions as well.
Council, any questions for Dave?
I got one question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burke.
Thanks, Dave. Got a quick question. Has it been confirmed that the biosolids drying and the biogas construction projects fit within the parameters of the ARPA fund?
Public Works has looked at that, and as well as finance. It does meet the guidance under the Clean Water and Safe Water Drinking Acts.
But as far as having those projects done and completed, or fit within the phasing of when those dollars have
The timeline. So Mr. Mayor, Councilman Byrd, that's something that this next step helps them attain. They're trying to get the design estimates, which would include your construction schedule and your closer budget analysis. What they have right now, in my understanding, is an engineering analysis. So there is more work to be done, and that's why they need to get the project going, to get those things moving down the road in order to determine, yep, we can finish these things, we can do them. This is what it's going to cost, hard line. Having the engineer estimate is a good rough assurance, but these are large capital projects. Without putting pencil to paper, you can't really say emphatically. So I don't want to give you an absolute yes or no.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Burke.
So what does that look like with regard to, I guess, what does that look like? When will those figures be in hand, and when will we know if these projects are going to work or not?
And we can verify with Public Works, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Burke. But I would certainly say by the end of the calendar year, you'll know where those projects are. Is there a major roadblock or an off ramp needed for those projects?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
question for Dave. We have the fiber connectivity for $500,000 in the ARPA funds. And then in the action items, we have 2 items that are related to fiber from information technology. Those are not the same. Those are budget amendments we're going to decide coming up, and the fiber connectivity in ARPA funds there are other projects they can do.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I'll let Dave Teedy, because he's here, speak to those two. But those are two of the projects that were on that original list of needs. And I think it really comes down to what bucket of money does the city want to fund those projects, their needs today that have to get done. That's why they're here for a budget amendment. Regardless of whether a budget amendment is approved, they can also be funded by ARPA dollars. But I believe they are.
Yeah, this is 210 of the 500,000 is on your budget afterwards. It's just a, these are projects that are moving forward. So if it's a way to fund for something that's again authorized under ARPA.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. I'm here for questions if you guys want to.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I'll just kick things off just to, I think there's been agreement about biosolids. Councilman Burnt asked good questions about that for biosolids at the 5 million, the biogas. We have, of course, compliance consulting. And then the police fire station costs, I think we've agreed to put that into these funds. And then we have the fiber connectivity. And that left a few dollars. So I just thought I'd throw out a couple things just for discussion purposes and see where we want to go with them. One of the things we've been educating ourselves on and wrestling with a bit is affordable housing. And I want to make sure I make the distinction. There's affordable housing and then there's housing assistance. So, and sometimes I notice in media that kind of gets put together. We had a request with Woodrose Apartments and from assistance, and it is affordable housing. It is housing that is for people who are, they're working folks. They're just, our rents have risen so fast and so quickly, they may not be able to afford what's out there in the marketplace right now. And I view this, I'm going to throw out a number, but I view this as a one-off. One time, we're educating ourselves on what is affordable housing, how do we participate? I know Councilwoman Perot's been doing some work and is going to be educating us further down the road on some things. We'll probably have a process set up to do affordable housing items. So this is not how we're going to do it in the future. This is just a one-off for right now, if this is what council wants to do. So Woodrose, for the 9% tax credit for 46 units, they're looking for $552,401 from the city of Meridian to go into that. And we've seen a calculation, the development manager for the housing company has sent a sheet that showed how that all works. How do they make that project work? And that gets them 4 points on the tax credit application. Those things are competitive. That would give them the maximum 4%. There's no 3%, I asked, because the contribution of 259 gets 2 points. Now, is that enough to get them to win one of those grants or not? You know, that's the unknown. So looking at this, we did have, from what we've already identified in phase 1 and phase 2, we had 1.37 million left over. So at 552, that leaves us 817,000 roughly. And then I want to talk about housing assistance for that. So I'm just thinking for this project that's ready to go, we do the 552. Now, whether, and this would be for, would go to the impact fees. Yeah, we're waiving impact fees in that amount, but those impact fees still have to be paid. So one-time deal for that. And these are ARPA funds. It's not general fund dollars as well, because general fund dollars, that becomes a whole nother different ball game. And so since we have these funds available, that we would use 552-401 for that. Then for housing assistance, again, the number to throw out there. We've talked about budget-wise for one institution is $250,000 for the next budget year, $250,000. What I'm interested in doing is we allocate $250,000 from these ARPA funds for housing assistance, but then there'd be an RFP process for those funds for housing assistance. Now, is it Jesse Tree? Is it someone else who wants to use those funds? Mayor, I would assume your departments could set up a process to make that happen.
I do. Using the same process we use for CDBG, we can go through and take in proposals for whatever specific purpose that we want to do, if it's assistance. And I've told other council members that, we would work with staff to make that happen and do it expeditiously.
And so that would leave us, if we were to go down that route, $567,000, so just over $500,000. We know, as Dave pointed out, when the engineers have an estimate, and then once design comes back and there might be an estimate, we have to be prepared to have some wiggle room, I think, for if it's going to be a little bit more than what was anticipated. I don't know. But anyway, that's just to kick off discussions. I think we agree on phase 1, phase 2. I think we have to address the Woodrose Apartments by August, I want to say 5th, I could be wrong. At least make sure they know what they're getting, if anything. So that would be the 552-401. And then the for housing assistance, instead of general fund, we would use ARPA funds in the amount of $250,000 for housing assistance through a RFP process.
Councilman, and just to be, your recommendation would be to remove that from the budget when it comes forward in our August meeting, so that reduce that by 250.
Yes, Mayor, that would
Okay.
be my
At
intention.
least for the purpose of,
Yes.
nothing will be decided until then, but that's would be your intention.
Yep. Thank you.
Councilman Kavanaugh, looks like you were.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council President Hoagland. Thanks. This is create another new wrinkle in the brain, so I appreciate it. I have been, as you all know, very reluctant to move forth on anything related to housing, affordability, housing attainment, affordable housing, and I appreciate the nuanced distinctions between those. But your request that you brought forth today, Council President Hoagland, I think is worthy of merit. And it, for me, I look at it a lot, how when we have businesses that come before us with, they're creating jobs, or other nonprofits that have come before us, we as a council said, let's consider that. I think couching it around impact fees is probably an appropriate step, one that I could get behind. And what I like is that it also gives us some freedom to develop a program long-term. And who's to say that not a year from now, some other organization comes that's doing housing, maybe make a similar request, and we would take that up whether we would do this or not. So I like what you're proposing. I think I could support it. My only question would be then with the impact fee waiver for the Rose Apartments, and then taking 250 and using it with an RFP process. What would be, Mayor or Council President, if you have a proposal for the remaining funds, I would almost say maybe instead of 250, making it $500,000 for the RFP, and that's something that council we could look at on an annual basis. How we'd want to fund that, but I don't know if there's plans or thoughts or suggestions about the remaining fund balance.
So I'll give you my two cents in this context. Is what was kind of mentioned before. Some of these projects may come in more,
Okay.
and so it leaves a little bit. But if you recall, just using Jesse Tree as the example, they were asking for $250,000 for consecutive years. So once we start to get the project costs, we may know the next year we could run another RFP for additional funding through that process if that's what council decides they want to do from there. But to me, it's first wiggle, but we also have, if we need to, the police and fire wiggle. Like if the biosolids come back to $1 million more than we anticipated, as an example, and we still want to do that project, well, maybe it eats up the rest of this and a little bit of what we put aside for police and fire. So that's a little less. So I see that as a big area where we can do it, but that would be my suggestion. Do what the council suggested for the year. And then if whatever's left over, we still have next year, FY24, to apply those funds, because we really have until FY26 to have everything expended.
Just maybe, Mr. One, just.
Councilman Kavanaugh.
I appreciate your willingness to have staff kind of support this. At least it is a conceptual plan at this point, but I think that's such an integral piece, is that you feel confident that our staff can manage it like we manage the CDBG, and that you're supportive of that. To me, that gives me greater confidence in wanting to move forward with at least what Council President is.
And I'll ask Mr. Miles to respond to that, because I'm pretty sure, I know he's had the conversations.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kavanaugh. It's like anything else. We can make it work. We would use the neighborly software system, which I think would streamline a lot of the effort. we can easily identify who's got the interest and access and the time to evaluate the applications that come through. I've talked with Crystal in the past. The system can be utilized for that purpose.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
so a couple of questions in the details and the numbers. I know that the housing company is planning on adjusting their project some, lowering the units down a little bit. Is that the difference between the ask of the entire cost of permits, which I think is in the high 600,000 range, and the 552 that they recently requested? Is the change from lowering the number of units, or is it because they found other funding that's kind of the final amount that they are looking for? Do you know whether, what the situation is with that?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot. Yes, they did go from 52 units down to 46 units. They took out one sixplex building, and it, according to the information I saw, was due to funding limitations on the tax credits. There's a per project max that we are exceeding with the 52 units. So that keeps them within compliance in the running for the 9% tax credits. So, and they were aware the $1.35 million for their original request, they knew that was out of reach for us. It was a stretch. So this way, the 552 number generates that 4 points on the credit application. And that's, I think, important that we could at least go there and then see what happens. And it could be it's so much competition. If they don't get it, then there's 552. Then that comes back to the city, again, to Councilman Kavanagh's item that, okay, we can move around and do some things with. So that's my understanding of it.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up question on that?
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. So I know when I had spoken with Erin, or maybe during one of her presentations, she had said that obviously impact fees need to stay whole. We can't waive those, but we can waive possibly some of the building permit fees. So is that 552 waiving what we can, or is that a credit to them and then they just take that and go through the normal process? I just wanted to make sure I understood
Sure.
how that will play out.
We can waive impact fees, but not permit fees. That's my understanding. And Bruce Freckleton's here and he knows, or
Just
is that right?
Just the opposite.
Oh, the opposite. Okay. We can waive permit fees, not impact fees. Okay, there we go. Got it. Yeah, I was close. We can waive one of the fees and not the other one. I should have said that way, but so that there was some calculations done, and I think that if it may not waive all of them. I'm trying to remember the conversation, but for purposes of the application, that gets them the 4 points with the 552, and Bruce and Aaron are here. So if you guys, I wouldn't mind having you weigh in on that to answer that question, because I don't have the ultra details on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Council. Historically, when we've waived permit fees, it's been the soft cost. As you know, we have hybrid models where we have outside consultants that we pay to do plan review and some inspection services. And those are hard costs that we don't waive. And so I think we did put together an estimate early on in this process. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but that is something that we can dig up and come up with that number again.
Kind of related. So the overall project valuation, that's what impact fees are based upon, is on the valuation of the project.
Correct.
Lumber prices are crashing. The housing market is going down. I assume that will have an impact on the valuation. When we get to the point of time of pulling a permit, we could be 3 months from a permit, 6 months from a permit. We don't know what the valuation will be at the time the permit is pulled. So I guess one of the questions I wanted to ask from a practical standpoint is if council just wants to waive whatever the impact fee number is. That could be $350, that could be $850, whatever at the time of application, or if you want a hard number, in the impact fee side of the conversation. I think that's an important distinction for everybody in the room to know and hear.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
good point on that. And I guess for me, I would be comfortable with a not to exceed amount, so perhaps a ceiling of some sort, and whether it's 552 or some other number, so that way, if it's lower, great. Those that are receiving have full clarity, hey, we're here to cover these specific costs up to whatever the cap that we as a body establish.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, and Aaron, I know that one of the numbers I saw early on, the total was 679,048. But it was, I think that was with the other building in there. So by going to the 46 unit, it came down to the permit fee cost was, the calculator came out to 552. Is that correct? Okay. She's in the audience and saying yes. So the 552 numbers seems to be the correct one. I kind of like your suggestion, of, I don't know if we do like 600,000 not to exceed, and that way there's, if it came to 558, we don't have to make changes or anything, but 575, I don't know, but anyway.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman
I'm okay
Burr.
with the 552 number, and if they can't come up with $8,000, I think that's, a little bit of a problem on their part, so that's what I think.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Perot.
I agree. Sounds like a plan. I think that makes a lot of sense, and super excited to see this move forward and hopefully be an awesome addition to the city of Meridian. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. And it's possible, I suppose, that there will be cost adjustments, and we might see, we're not going to see that much of a lower number on our side, but it may mean that it will be more beneficial for them in overall cost by the time they get started with the construction. So my one other question on this, not specifically related to Woodrow's, but to our other conversation regarding running applications through similar to our CDBG process. Obviously, the criteria for that program comes from the federal government. Are we going to be designing our own criteria for those applications? And what does the time frame possibly look like for that? I know that Jesse Tree is going to run out of their federal funding for the program, the emergency rental assistance program that we discussed about at the end of September. So I didn't know if there was a plan of trying to get that in place that quickly, or what the timing would look like on the application process, and kind of who or how will the criteria be designed.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Bro. Sorry. I hadn't thought about that, to be honest with you. It was sort of an open conversation to you all. I think certainly there's what I'll call security in following existing guidelines. It always helps when something's built in place. So if the program is following federal guidelines and you're all comfortable with those, which we can pull up and share and certainly discuss if you want, that's an avenue to go. And it would, in my mind, be quicker and easier to follow something that's already in existence rather than designing something on the fly or on our own. That's an opinion only though.
And we have not had conversations with staff to say that we want to, the only conversation I've had is about limiting it to rental assistance programs, and that we would try to move as expeditiously as we can. So not opening up to anything eligible under CDBG. We're just going to focus on the housing rental assistance element that I was, we can have that for future conversation with Crystal. We can bring her back, and if this is the direction council wants to go, if there's any input into this, because obviously we don't have to follow the CDBG guidelines based upon what those are, but we can then know if this is the desire of council to do this. We can have Crystal come and have a conversation about what that would look like and make a proposal and get feedback on it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
Thank you. I hope to stay involved in that process with the mayor and council presidents, willingness. There are only a few organizations that offer specifically emergency rental assistance in the Valley, which is where you call up and say, hey, I'm going to be kicked out of my place, or I lost my job or something, and I have 2 weeks to find. There's another part of assistance that is like, I need to move because the owner of my building is selling the building, and I can't come up with a security deposit to get into another location. That's not technically considered emergency assistance, but it's a similar type of concept. And so those are the sort of things that I'm hoping to chat with Crystal about and kind of see. It is still an assistance-based thing. It is still something that's somewhat of a short-term, one-time help. And it's my understanding from my conversation with Jesse Tree that that's about 90% of their requests is really just like one-time stuff. They don't have a lot of multi-month type of support. So yeah, I'd love to be involved with that with staff if there's an agreement to do that and kind of help put some guidelines together for it, and then maybe present to council some options for how we make that decision. This isn't the time, I know, to decide that, but
Yeah, and I think the question will become if council's going to be the ultimate arbitrator on what is selected, do we want to have you building the toolkit? I think I want feedback, but I think that's part of the question as compared to leaving it. CDBG is a little bit more, other people make that decision. So I think we can have that conversation, but yes, we definitely want that feedback one way or the other, just whether or not you're actually in the weeds per se.
And Mr. Mayor, one comment to add on the what threshold, what dollar value to fund. Is it 250,000? Is it 500,000? I think one of the components, if you use Jesse Tree as an example where they asked for multiple years of funding, that model, there have been instances of agencies that are struggling to spend COVID money quick enough under the CDBG guidelines. So certainly taking a year-by-year approach could help us in that regard to see what's performing, what's working, what's not, and then consider future years if that's
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I wouldn't mind hearing from Aaron from the housing company, just to make sure we're on track and we don't get numbers out of whack here before we charge forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate that because I'm just kind of trying to follow as closely as possible to what's been discussed so far. But what I'm tracking is we did remove one sixplex building, and that actually brought the building permit fees and impact fee total down to 591,000, not 516,000 or 560,000. The gap was the 560,000 once we had reduced the unit count. So I wanted to clarify that. The other thing is that of that 590,000 permits and fees, I don't have a breakdown of the hard costs versus the soft costs that was described by Mr. Freckleton. So I'm not sure what the amount is that qualifies for a reduction. So that's something that is a question I still have because that hasn't been conveyed to me what that amount might be. But we know it's a portion of the 591,000. And our gap being the 560,000 could comprise of a combination of waiver of fees and other capital contributions, depending on how you see fit. And so I'm trying to follow exactly kind of where you're sitting, but you were talking about waivers of fees, and that's certainly one avenue to go. But I think knowing that not all the 591,000 would qualify because we can only request a waiver of permits, not impact fees. My guess is we wouldn't get to 561. I don't know what the number is, but just so it sounds like we need to, there's still some stuff we have to work out on how that, what that amount is on the impact fee, or rather the permit fee waiver. But the 560 is what we needed to get the 4 points.
So Aaron, what I've heard from council is not a waiver of permit. The city's going to cover the impact fee portion using ARPA dollars. That is the only thing that's being discussed at this point in time, up to $552,000 if that's what they end up being. So not a waiver of building costs at this time. That's what I've heard to this point, just to make it very clear. So it's that one number, whatever that number ends up being, up to a certain level in the process.
Okay, so I will work with city staff to verify which portion of the total fee estimation qualify for that.
It's just the
We'll
impact
contact
fee
them.
number.
Okay,
Aaron, you mentioned the 560 number as opposed to 552. And I guess it's one of those, going to Councilman Caver's suggestion that we go not to exceed. So if we go to a not to exceed amount, is it 560? Is it 591? After you work with the development department, it may come down that maybe it's only 500,000 that meets the 4% and that we can cover the costs on and whatnot. Is that, which number is it? Is it 560? Is it 591 or is it 552?
It's 552 was the accurate amount based on the construction estimates with the building permits based on current construction costs.
Okay, so if we go 552, 401, that, and then
Yes.
you continue to work with the department and see what we can,
Yes,
do
thank
with
you.
okay.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Aaron, just as we're we're in a workshop and we're workshopping.
Yeah.
So I know when you guys first came through with the annexation, there was a lot of confidence. You felt you'd be able to do the project as is. I get market conditions have made it really challenging, which is why you're back asking for additional funds. So in terms of timing, if other conditions play out that makes it more challenging or prohibitive for your organization to move forth with construction, at what point do you feel would be appropriate for the city then to ask if those funds aren't going to be spent for whatever reason, to request that they're either, we don't spend them in that manner, we spend them on something else, or that they're being returned to us? Help us understand kind of from your perspective,
Yeah.
what you think is appropriate, because this is kind of Council President Hoagland's kind of initial comments. This is kind of a one-off for us,
Yeah,
but it's really important for me that if we're doing this, that it's successful.
right. So the timeline would be November is when IHFA makes the selections, the project selections. At that point, we would need to come forth before you and either request your consideration for us to reapply next year, or, and then have you make a decision. Our intent would be to purchase the property in October, either way. And our actual goal would, if we aren't successful this year, would be to reapply next year. So we would have to come before you again and you'd have to consider that. But that's the timeframe. We'll know if we're successful this year by November.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
And apologies, I was under the impression you guys already owned the land. You have not purchased.
Nope, we're not yet.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
one more question, Aaron. We take this action in that amount. I think you've got to submit paperwork and applications. I think you'd mentioned a letter would suffice in one of our meetings, that if the city submits a letter saying this is what we would cover the costs on, that would suffice for the time being for your application.
Yes, a letter would be great with conditions about, about us being successful in receiving the funding, et cetera.
Sure, your mayor's office would be happy to guide you in that work.
Thank you.
Any other questions for me? And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. So council, go ahead.
Sorry, I do think it's worthwhile hearing from the housing company to ensure that the timeline of the ARPA funding program can be met with the project, which was December 2026. That's a component to consider.
Yeah, I think that's and this is where I was going. Ultimately, my goal is not to bring this back in front of you anymore. We've got projects. You're going to see them as they come forward for funding. That we will track and monitor the process of these, look at the dollar figures, and if necessary, make adjustments. If housing company drops out and it's no longer there, it's not going to happen. Or if for any reason we can't do the biosolids drying, and then we're going to come back to you in those regards. So that would be my intention, is moving forward. And the only one is if we need to do a resolution or an actual motion, Mr. Neri, if we're going to make a commitment to such as the for the housing fund commitment through a letter, or is the letter contingent like we do on everything's to the council at the time making that final decision? 'Cause that's ultimately no offense, we may not have the one on the far over here to be part of that vote in the future, and it could change our dynamics. So that would be my plan, is from moving forward, we're going to bring these back one at a time as they're ready for budget amendments or authorization. And we'll try to get through as much as we can and leave the police. And we already know what the police and fire station number is, but ultimately whatever we assign, it doesn't need spending authority. It has spending authority. It's just applying the appropriate number to the ARPA control, the ARPA reporting process as we move forward with our compliance related to that. But the rest of them will try to get real numbers. Does that work for you all? I don't feel like I need a resolution or a vote or a motion because you'll all vote on each one of these one way or the other.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
well, the only thing that causes me for concern on this project is just it needs to get done. We need guarantees and assurances that it's going to get done, guaranteed by 2026. And I mean, yeah, I mean, that's a really big deal. I mean, we all know that. So I was under the impression there was land purchased as well. I was a little nervous that this whole project is on and ready to roll and complete by that time.
I assume that they have a contingency to purchase the property, so that should not be delayed. But to your point, absolutely. The good part is the impact fees aren't collected until they're in for an application. So there'll be no money that, and if at that point in time, if we don't think it can be fulfilled, we'll have that conversation. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
to that point, then if this letter gets going out, I assume send it, you or staff will send it to council before it gets mailed out so that we've got a chance to review and make sure the things that I think have been kind of captured today that have been formalized in the letter. So there aren't any surprises for.
If you'd like to review it, typically we just have legal prepared to cover all our bases based on the conversation, but I'm happy to send to council for review.
Well, I have no doubts about the capacity or the competency of our legal department. They're way better than me. I think because this is kind of a unique situation, I'd like to maybe just see it before it goes out. It just would make me feel a little bit better.
Okay.
Dave, you have the numbers? Any other numbers that we need?
Got it all, and I got YouTube to help me, so.
I think we've got a path forward, knowing this may not be the end. We very well may be back in 3 months, 6 months, or a year on any individual item, but we at least can start moving it forward.
At least we know we have fire stations, police stations, and a golf course that would gobble up this money in 2 seconds. There.
Amen. And in some cases, we got fiber projects, which are up next.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
and they're ready to go to work as well. So. Okay. Thank you, council. Next item up is item 17, which is information technology fiscal year 2022 budget amendment, the amount of 62,000 for fire safety center fiber and conduit. Mr. Teedy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yes, I am coming here before you today with a budget amendment in the amount of $62,000 for fiber and conduit for connectivity to the Fire Safety Center. That is the location off of Locust Grove in Meridian, close to Fire Station 3. That is where our Fire Prevention and Education Division reside. And they have been out there for roughly 17 years. And over that time, we have gone through a number of connectivity mediums to try to provide them the services that they need to be able to function and do their jobs effectively. And over that time, we have gone through so many iterations of different ways of connecting, and none of them provide the services that they need. So we are at the point where we're providing this amendment as an option, a solution to the issues that they have, and feel strongly that this is the direction we need to move forward for them to continue to function at that facility. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. You obviously have a memo in front of you and the budget amendment itself, but that's where we're at.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
seeing no questions, I move approval of the fiscal year 2022 budget amendment in the amount of $62,000 for the Fire Safety Center fiber and conduit project.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment amount of $62,000. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Burnt. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Next item up is information technology fiscal year 2022 budget amendment amount of $150,000 for Lakeview Golf Course fiber and conduit. Mr. Stevie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm back again, if you didn't notice. So this budget amendment is also to provide fiber and conduit, but to the Lakeview Golf Course, which the city of Meridian will be taking over operations this fall. We feel like this is needed due to the various services that are needed at the golf course. Currently, they have a mashup of services they have been working with over the years. We went through and vetted these with them and talked about options about a year ago, just over a year ago, and found that there was a lot of deficiencies. They ended up outsourcing and hiring an IT firm to go in and address some of those, but many of the issues still exist because it simply needs connectivity. So we feel like this is key to providing services out there for IT, finance, and the staff that will continue to manage the golf course. I believe that also the restaurant that will be going there will also be using the connectivity that we provide for their point of sale systems, even though the city doesn't provide that directly. They need this connectivity as well. So again, all this is in your memo and the budget amendment, but that's what we're here to request, to provide basically regular city services that we provide at all other city facilities to this new location. So I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Dave, appreciate you bringing both these to us. I think it's important we provide consistency, same level of service to all of our city-owned assets and resources. I know I kind of gulped a little bit when I saw the dollar amount, but I appreciate Dave kind of walking me through the whys on some of that. So with that, I'm happy to move that we approve the budget amendment for fiscal year 2022, the amount of $150,000 for Lakeview Golf Course fiber and conduit.
I can have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment in the amount of $150,000. Is there any discussion on the amendment or on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Burnt. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to.
Thank you.
Best of luck. So council, next item is the mayor's office districting update. I'm gonna go ahead and read my notes on this. I tend to like to go a little bit more off the cuff, but don't want to screw anything up in my comments. So bear with me from that standpoint. But early in 2022, the city of Meridian created a process for the establishment of city council districts in accordance with Idaho State Code. That process included the appointment of a districting committee to create 6 city council districts. The districting committee performed their job in a way that they were asked to and put together boundaries of districts and did not take into consideration locations of current city council members or the terms of people elected. This enabled them to be solely focused on creating equitable boundary of the districts. I knew once we created the districting commission that once completed, it may be necessary to align their work with the recent city council election so as to best fully implement city council districts in the city of Meridian from the recent election to reflect the will of the people from that election. In choosing how district numbers were assigned on the map and existing city council members were assigned to those districts, it created a situation where the city would not be able to fully implement city council districts until the 2025 election. However, by redesignating city council seat 1 to seat 2 and seat 2 to seat 1, the city can fully implement the new districting beginning in 2023, where every district would have someone who lives in that area be represented on city council. If we were to make this change, it would align all 3 of the city council members who were just elected in November 2021 to the districts in which they currently reside, providing the residents of those districts with a sitting city council member who would be their council member. Further, it allows the remaining 3 districts to elect their city council members in the 2023 election. So each district in the city will have an elected city council member in their district, which meets the intention of the Idaho State Code. If this change is not made, it will create a situation where at least one district would not have an elected city council representation until 2025 and potentially have 2 city council members elected who both live in District 1. Making this change in no way alters the terms of the current city council members or boundaries of the 6 districts as established by the districting committee. It only redesignates the numbers assigned to 2 seats. There is no other substantive change. I appreciate the fact that this issue was not addressed by the districting committee because it tells me they did their job correctly. As mayor, however, it is my responsibility to ensure that we are implementing the laws of the state of Idaho. And this change does that, in my opinion, and allows us to be in compliance with the spirit of the law as quickly as possible. Further, this change takes into consideration the realities of the November 2020 election and aligns that election to our reality moving forward. Council, I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we have legal here as well. But it would be my intention to bring forward a change to our ordinance next week and take public comment and have a second reading on August 9th and a third reading with public comment on August 16th regarding this proposal. This would complete our process and allow us to implement our districts 1 year before the filing period, which was my goal. And then we can begin communicating the map changes and districts to the community, as well as who their assigned council member is through this process. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or Mr. can also do that. But I think that this is the best way moving forward so we can fully implement this process as soon as possible.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
just to confirm, did you say that we would open up this to a public hearing just to make sure that there was 2? Okay, good.
And I would intend to have 2 public comment periods
That's good.
on this option.
Right. That's, I can speak for, I believe, every council member on the Meridian City Council saying that we purposely were, way far away from this. And this is probably a direct result of us not probably paying close enough attention to the details prior to us passing the resolution. And I don't know. It is what it is. Mayor, I want you to know that you have my support in this. I think that doing this is we're not gerrymandering any lines. The lines are exactly the same. The process is exactly the same. The only difference is we're just taking 2 district numbers and swapping them. And I don't know. Was it a perfect process? Probably not, but I believe it was completely above board, and the process going forward will continue to be above board. So I understand the intent. I understand the reasoning. You have my full support, and thank you for bringing this to council today.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd like to reiterate what I thought you were communicating because it's the first I've heard of this potential change. So my understanding is that the intention of this is to make sure that currently every district, since the districts have been approved, has a representative in that district. That's kind of so that starts now versus waiting until 2025 to have a representative in each district. Is that what the intention is?
No, the intention is to, because we just had an election, and when the seats were assigned, it's aligning the council members who are just elected to the terms which will not be on the ballot in the 2023 election. So the 3 seats that just happened would be in that, and it would allow all the other 3 seats to be on the ballot in the 2023 election. If we don't take this action, not all the seats, we will have some seats in the city where nobody is on the ballot in 2025, and we will run an election. And then I will assign somebody to go represent that area, because there won't be an election in, well, right now, under the current scenario, District 2 will not be on the ballot until 2025. And so no one would be able to be elected in 2025 from that area because of how the seats are staggered. But if we make this change, and I know this, you're just hearing about this, I think that this is a great conversation moving forward, and it may require a little bit more explanation. You just heard my words from that standpoint, but we have two options. We can either fully implement districts by 2023 by switching the numbers, just the numbers on two districts, or we won't be able to fully implement elected representation by the people to districts until 2025. Otherwise, we can accomplish that by 2023. Councilman Capter.
Councilmember Pro, again, digesting this in real time. So I appreciate you being thoughtful, though, that even in proposing this to build a good framework to allow public feedback. I think that's really, really important, even for this to even be considered to be. This would be one that I would want to spend a lot of time really contemplating and would want to hear a lot from our citizens about their thought. Councilmember Burnt's point, we all collectively said we are way more than an arm's length away, which was appropriate. I think many of us said, whether it helps me or hurts me, however it's going to be rolled out, we're going to support what the committee brings forth. And I know that was a commitment that I made. Whatever the committee brings forth, I'm going to support. This is a small change, but a substantive change, I think, from the public standpoint. So I'm supportive of moving forth with the public hearing process, but also trying to be forthright that I'm not quite sure that I'm going to be in support of the recommended change until I have an opportunity to really digest it.
And I appreciate that. And there was comments made that the council didn't want me near this process either. Had I invested myself, this would have been something I would have said, please go address our last, but it didn't. We all stayed away. We let them do their process. I have conveyed this to at least one member of the committee and let them know. And he said he appreciated that. He thinks it's appropriate from his standpoint, but he doesn't recommend, he doesn't speak for the committee from that standpoint. I would invite them to. I don't know that they had a process other than starting in one corner and going around when they assigned numbers to the map. So if they would have started in a different direction, we would be, who knows what conversation we would be having. We could have three people and that were just elected that were assigned to seats that they would be up, they'd have to choose to run in a different district next year, you know, by luck of the numbering. And that's what it was. It was a numbering process that got us here, not a what is the reality that we are currently in related to that. But I appreciate it. And I'm glad that the press is here because this was one of those things after we had this conversation, I had planned to reach out to the media and have the conversation because I do think that this is the right way for the city to approach this because it reflects the will of our last election and it implements districts fully by 2023 election. Otherwise, you'll have a situation where I will probably be assigning people to districts. You may have a position where I'm appointing people based on how people decide to run. And if we leave it the way it is, and I would much rather have the citizens elect city council members than me appointing council members with your consent. But that's not to be when you have an opportunity to rectify that situation. I would much prefer we move forward with that from that standpoint. But I'm happy to have conversations with you all if you have questions. Legal can help explain any questions, and we'll have public comment on this as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I think what would help me is to have a presentation on what it looks like now and then what it will look like. Maybe I just need a visual or something. It's just not clicking in my head exactly how this is all going to play out because I thought I understood kind of how it will play out with the elections with how we've approved the district. So perhaps, I don't know if this is the appropriate time or later, just an explanation of what was expected to happen, the way we have it now, and then how that would look different with the seats and then the years that this would be elected in.
Looks like Mr. Neri wants to speak.
So, Mr. Mayor, maybe I can help. I don't know, but I'm going to try. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, so So here is the districts as they were approved. Yep. Yeah, so this is how they were approved. And the committee, in speaking with Kurt Starman, who was the deputy that handled this for our office, the committee did not know where any council member lived, did not look at that at all, did not concern themselves with that, but also did not specifically pick the direction of this. I mean, it was simply, they started on the left and went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They just went around in a circle.
Or did they? It doesn't look like they followed a specific pattern to me either.
Yeah, I mean, it goes this way. The only thing that, and if you remember, the chairwoman Greer stated, the only thing that she felt was really important that she sort of pressed forward was to be sure that 2 of the districts covered the South. That's her only real desire in how they work. But whether it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, there really wasn't an intention on it had to be this way. This is the lines based on the math of the population. So you're all elected by seats, not by districts. So you all have seats assigned 1 through 6. Normally, our election cycles have been 1, 3, and 5 in one cycle, 2, 4, and 6 in the other cycle. So when we did this, all the assumption is we'll just put all the council members in the corresponding districts that match the seats that they already have. What the mayor is proposing is none of this map changes at all. So it doesn't change any of the lines. The only difference is seat 2 is the currently incumbent council member that's election, it doesn't come up till 25, would now be in the district 1 that would correspond with the same election cycle. Because that was the intent. So we're switching the seats, not the districts. State law contemplates that you can assign seats to council members. So a council member that is currently in seat 2 would come to seat 1. Seat 1 would go to seat 2. The only change then would be in the 2023 election, seats 2, 3, and 5 would be up for election because that would be the expiration of their terms. Then in 2025, seats 1, 4, and 6 would be up for election because that's when their terms would expire. This doesn't pick any winners. It does put existing council members in the districts of where they reside. And the other districts some have council members that live there that can run or not. And they have some don't have any council members that live in them currently at all. So it was intentional to stay out of that business at the front end. This does rectify it and actually, as the mayor stated, fully implements districting as intended by state law by the 23 election.
Again, there'll be time to digest and ask questions and hear from the public on it. And I'm happy to spend more time directly with anybody if necessary and as is legal. But that's been my, I think this process will, when you see it, you'll understand that it reflects the will of the people from the election. It aligns council members with the districts that they live in. And it lets the other districts that don't have council members, the ability to elect people that will represent them in the next election, as compared to having people not be able to run in that area and not being able to elect somebody and someone just being assigned to represent them for 2 more years. That's some of the outcomes. So it's my intention that this will come back, like saying, did I say next week? Was that what our process? I want to be, just because of where we have National Night Out, we're missing meetings. I am not here on the 9th, but that's why we did not do public hearing or public comment on that day. That way, council can take public comment if they want, but I won't be here. I just didn't know, as someone that this does not impact, I wanted this to be the one, me leading this, me hearing it, having the conversation with the public. It is my recommendation. It's not your alls. I don't expect you to, have that conversation back and forth with the community if necessary, but you're more than welcome to. So that's why the dates that were selected with the public's comments as well on the 16th. So more to come, or if it doesn't show up next week, I guess we'll have a different conversation then. But that will be the intention, is to bring it back next week. And Mr. Neri, I'm sure we can have a more information shared in a presentation to council and the public at that time. Okay. So with that, item 20, executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we go into the executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061D.
Have a motion, a second, to go into executive session. Is there discussion? If not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Burnt. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we will move into executive session. Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we come out of executive session.
I have a motion second to come out of executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move we adjourn our work session.
I have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor during the work session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. We good to go? Okay. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is July 19th, 2022 at 6:01 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Burnt. Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh. Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next time is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. Our next item is the community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by Pastor Troy Drake. If you all will please join us in the invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
Mr. Mayor, members. Lord God, we just want to, at least I want to, on behalf of those here, express our gratitude towards you that we have life and we live in this beautiful place. And we just thank you for what we have, the freedom to do it. And, we're just gathered here to get some city business done. And so I just pray that you'd be over the proceedings, God, and just outside of this building, I pray for our city that there would be peace. Pray against those who would seek to do evil and harm against the citizens, and that, we could just all get along peacefully here. So we ask that you would give special protection to our first responders, the police officers and the firefighters and those who, protect those things, and that you bless them. And Lord, just pray for the things that happen here tonight, that you'd help our elected representatives here to make good decisions, that I know you care about all the details of life. And so I just ask that you would give them a lot of wisdom, and we appreciate them for what they do and the sacrifices they make on our behalf. So anyway, God, we just appreciate you and pray that there would be lots of grace here in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
See you guys.
Thank you. Council, it's the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
for the agenda, we had listed item number 10 in an executive session. We completed our work during the executive session portion of the work session, so we can omit item 10 from the agenda. So, Mr. Mayor, I move adoption of the agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted as amended. Mr. Clerk, running around, do we have anyone sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, and with that, we will move into department commission reports. First item up is Finance Department approval of the fiscal year 2022 amended revenues and expenditures in the amount of $194,907,732.
Mr. Mayor, this is just seeking council's approval to publish that number for the public hearing.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move the approval of the fiscal year 2022 amended revenues and expenditures in the amount of $194,907,730 for publication.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve item 1. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and then the item is agreed to and will be published as such. Second item is Finance Department tentative approval of fiscal year 2023 proposed revenues and expenditures to the amount of $219,724,309 for publishing for the budget.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move the tentative approval of fiscal year 2023 proposed revenues and expenditures in the amount of $219 million, 720, let me start that again, $219,724,309, and approve that for notice of public hearing.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 2. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to for publication. So now we'll move into action items for the evening. First item up is item 3, a public hearing for proposed new and amended fees of the Parks and Recreation Department Fall 2022 activities and classes. We will open this public hearing with comments from Jenna.
In front of you, you will see fall 2022 activity fees. We do have one new class coming in, but other than that, everything has stayed the same. Any questions?
Council, any questions?
Mayor, that
or-
was the best presentation I've ever seen from the Parks and Recreation Department. Did you take a note? Okay.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clark, do we have anyone that's signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I did not get to the back to check, but nobody's online and I'd see if anyone's here. Sorry.
This is a public hearing. If anyone would like to provide comments on the proposed fees for the fall 2022 activities, if you'd like to come forward now and make any comments, or if you're online, use the raise your hand feature and we will bring you into the conversation.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
wondering if we shouldn't post the fees maybe on the screen?
Yeah, I don't think they'll fit, but we can do that if we like, and I know it's in the agenda packet. And seeing no one who is coming forward yet. What's the rock climbing fee? Do we have one of that this upcoming? Right. With that, we will close the public hearing on this item, which moves us on to item number 4, resolution 22-2337.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Lieutenant Garrett, appreciate the work you do for our community and in the expeditiousness of the presentation tonight. Thank you. The public appreciates that as well. Mr. Mayor, I move approval of resolution 22-2337, resolution adopting new fees for the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department, authorizing the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department to collect such fees and providing an effective date.
I have a motion, a second to approve item 4. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Thank you. Item 5 is a public hearing for Fairborn Subdivision, number 3, lots 11 and 12, block 3, H 2022-0041. And you'll open this public hearing with staff comments from Alan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Alan Tiefenbach, planner with the city of Meridian. Okay, so this is a vacation of a utility easement. Cites 2 lots zoned R8 located northwest of the North Black Cat West Shinden Boulevard intersection. Council approved the Fairborn subdivision for 176 single-family lots and 1 commercial lot in 2018. It's built out in 3 phases, with this most recent being approved recently for 65 lots. A potential buyer intends to construct a single-family home across the lot line between 2 lots. That's what you can see there in the red. That's between lot 11 and lot 12. However, there is a note on the plat that requires a 5-foot drainage, utility construction and maintenance easement on either side of this line. So a property boundary adjustment would be required as part of this, but in order to have this easement, utility easement vacated, this would have to take council action. We do recommend approval. The applicant has submitted letters of no opposition from any of the interested parties. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Alan. Council, any questions?
And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Alan, the approval would require though that they complete a property boundary adjustment before getting a
That is correct, sir. That's a condition of approval.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant with us this evening? Alan, is that a no to your knowledge?
They might be online, but I don't know if they're present.
Mr. Mayor, yes, they are online. I am promoting them in now.
Mr. Money, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can just need to speak up or we can turn up the volume.
Great. Mayor Simison, members of the council, my name is Jim Money. I'm with Civil Survey Consultants. I'm an engineer representing the owner of the project, Sam Johnson, who's looking to sell the lot to a prospective buyer, as was described by Alan. I don't have anything to add to Alan's report, but I stand for any questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Mr. Money, seeing no questions, we will see if there's anything from the public. So, Mr. Clerk, do you want to sign up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, no one signed up.
Okay. Is there anybody that would like to provide testimony on this item at this time? Seeing nobody, and the one person online I know is from our staff, so they're now looking to do it. Would the applicant like to make any final comments, Mr. Money?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then with that, council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we close the public hearing for Fairborn subdivision number 3.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after hearing from the staff and applicant, I move to approve file number H 2022-0041 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of July 19th, 2022, and that the also include the condition that the applicant complete a property boundary adjustment prior to issuance of the building permit.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Byrne?
Aye.
Burrow?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 6, which is a public hearing continued from January 4, 2022 for Centerville Subdivision, H 2021-0046. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, since it's been 6 months plus since we've seen this, I'll just briefly go over what is before us tonight. It is for Centerville Subdivision. It's at the southeast corner of Amity and Hillsdale, directly east of the South Meridian YMCA and Hillsdale Elementary School. It is a request for annexation and zoning of approximately 40.5 acres, which is 3 existing parcels, from RUT to the R8 zoning district, R15, and CC zoning district. The concept plan includes 219 single-family units and 16 multifamily units. Includes a preliminary plat request for 249 total lots. 124 single-family lots, 79 townhomes, 4 multifamily lots, and 4 commercial lots, with 34 common lots on approximately 39 acres. There has been no CUP submitted for the multifamily, which would be for the 4 fourplex units that would be required in the future. This was actually continued twice now. It was November of last year to November. In that change, there was some changes that did occur, as you can see here. So the applicant removed all of the traditional multifamily apartments along Hillsdale and replaced them with a majority of townhome units and more commercial buildings proposed to be flex space, as well as added fourplexes along Amity. They did reduce their total units of more than 100. They also added the 3 commercial lots to help with more commercial in the mixed-use neighborhood future land use. They overall reduced the density from 8.4 down to 6 units per acre. And they moved the proposed pool amenity to the large central open space per the commission recommendation at the time. In January, the majority of the discussion was around transportation and school capacities and schools. My understanding was there was not a specific motion to close the public hearing or limit the discussion. However, the main points of discussion remaining were regarding the schools. Staff, or say council, wanted to have some, I guess, seminars, I can't think of the word right now, meetings with the school district to discuss the data as well as propose future improvements and plans for future school construction. My understanding is that those have occurred. So at this time, there's no outstanding issues from staff, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, will the applicant like to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, 1029 North Rosario and Meridian. I struggled all day trying to think about what I was going to say to the council. We submitted this project on July 11th of last year. My first letter from West Ada School District was the 28th or 29th of July of last year, and I got a new letter today. Sometimes good things take time, and I think this is a particular project that is the case. The council asked us to be patient. They asked us to pause and allow them to have the workshops with the West Ada School District. I did watch those workshops online. I think Jonathan and Marcy and Dr. Bub and the board are obviously taking significant strides to come up with a 10-year plan to figure out how we're going to build these schools, how we're going to adjust boundaries. The one thing that always puzzled me is there was discussion about busing the children when this particular project is kitty corner to the elementary. And when I looked at when I watched the workshop, they submitted a site plan for the middle school, which is also kitty corner to this project. And when we're designing projects, obviously we want schools within walking and biking distance. We want those public facilities to be within the grasp and within an economic distance. We have sewer, we have water. And Councilman Cavanagh said, what about the streets? We already have an intersection at Hillsdale and Amity that operates at a level of service F without me. And that's because the original developer of Hill Century Farms was supposed to install a signal, and somehow it was eliminated. They were supposed to install a signal at Eagle Road across from Sky Mesa, and that was also eliminated because the ACHD said, well, not that many people make left-hand turns out of the project of Hill Century Farms. So the burden obviously falls upon my project, and the mayor has mentioned many times, if you have a project before Meridian and we have some issues with transportation, then you need to figure out a way to mitigate it. Well, our way to mitigate it is we got to install a signal. And that has to be done with the first phase. And that's part of my ACHD requirement and part of your conditions of approval. And we've never skirted that. There was concerns about safety, safe route to schools. We volunteered that we'll do the rapid flashing light. They'll also have a crossing guard at the same time to help those kids get across the collector roadway to get over to the Hillsdale Elementary School. I look at a map and it's developed everywhere, even east to Boise. You look at this map and gosh, I'm in purple. I'm in purple, and all the way east to Boise, it's subdivisions. All the way west to Meridian, it's subdivisions. To the north is Sherburne. It's all developed. This area is completely developed. This is a priority area. This council, this mayor, their planning staff have determined they're going to build a new fire station in this area, that this area is a priority. All the utilities, the schools are there to support this development. We have really tried. I don't think I've ever tried harder on a project than on this 38 acres. I can honestly say that. Even Bridge Tower was not, I didn't spend as much time designing Bridge Tower as I did this 38 acres. And I think what we have now is an excellent mixed use project. Councilman Perot, I read your article in the BoiseDevelopment.com, and you know the subject matter was affordable housing. What are we going to do in Meridian to obviously create housing for our workforce, housing for Idahoans, and not somebody that comes in from out of state with a $700,000 cash check? And Councilman Perot, I mean, your words rang true. You spoke of the benefit of encouraging some higher density developments, such as, and you mentioned Centerville, and bringing in a mix of single family, townhomes, multifamily, a variety of housing types, and that it's encouraged in your comprehensive plan. And I think now, facing the financial situation that we are, looking at the interest rates, that home ownership may be getting further away from people. And we need to make sure that we do what we can to have diversity in our projects. And when we're on a major transit corridor like Eagle Road, that's where we want to see some of this density. And a lot of people called it higher density. 6.01 dwelling units per acre. That's medium density in today's world. You've got Eagle View Landing taking off. There are going to be hotels. There's going to be Top Golf. We have the St. Luke's facilities and everything happening around that Eagle Road interchange. I remember a day where the interchange was there and there was nothing. There was nothing because there was no sewer, there was no water, there was just a 2-lane rural road. But you know, this area is blossoming, and for it to be a priority area, I think is appropriate. As Joe indicated, we reduced this project by 108 units. We took 33% of the density out. We're matching all of our exterior lot lines with our neighbors. Our density around our perimeter within our R8 is like 3.45. We've got, I think, one of the best mixed use projects that we can provide. We have our neighborhood commercial component. Mr. Mayor, you questioned, well, you know, how's that going to work where they have townhouses? We have significant landscape buffering. You know, we're trying to integrate this project and blend it. And that's the whole idea behind mixed use, that we blend these projects so that these uses coexist and they create a better community, that they fill a need that's there. And when I look at Hill Century Farms and Sky Mesa, I see 700, 800 $1 million houses. I don't see affordability. And so that's why in your own land use map, in your comp plan, you talk about diversity and you talk about let's create housing for all residents. Amity Road is going to be expanded. ACHD is moving it up on its priority list. The dual roundabout at Eagle and Amity is completed. I mean, a lot of things have happened since I submitted this application for the good. And I think these strides forward are a positive step. And I think this project is a positive step. And we are committed to building something that the city can be proud of. Mr. Barton has been coming up. He's been having his designers work on new townhome product, new single family product. We have pool facilities, pickleball courts, multiple play equipments, linear open space, pathways. I mean, I love what we're doing here. I really, really do. And I ask the council tonight to think about the struggles we've gone through, the patience that we have had. And I think we have checked all the boxes. And one of the neighbors came up to me tonight and he had some kind words and he said, you guys have went through a lot and I empathize with you. And he said, I just want it to get approved and be over. And I'm kind of the same way. I mean, I don't know what the council, what more they want from me, because I've done everything I possibly can, and my client has bent over backwards to make sure that this is a quality project and something that we can be proud of, that you can be proud of, I can be proud of. If I put my name on it, it better look good. And Mr. Barton has the same commitment here. He wants to be part of this community. And I ask the council and the mayor to consider all the facts and the strides that have been made by the school district and the board and their staff, and let us go in there and make this neighborhood safer, improve this transportation system, and do our part to mitigate our impact. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Betsy. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Becky, would you remind us where you were proposing the flashing crossing? Was that all the way in the southwest corner of the project, or, okay, right across the middle?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, I allowed Ada County Highway District and West Ada to pick the location. There were discussions about putting it clear at the southwest corner. ACHD and the school district said they wanted it right there at our collector roadway. They thought that would be a significant distance from the existing rapid flashing and crossing guard. And so they picked that location.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilwoman Pearl.
And the existing is to the southwest, farther south on that road. Is that correct? Closer to the school entrance?
That is correct.
So a lot of the conversation we've had in the last two hearings has been about safety, student safety. That's really something that's been a big part of this, that's kind of unique to this specific location. And we had conversations about students being able to safely walk. And there is a property that sits on the west side of this street to the southwest of the project that does not allow or does not have a sidewalk. Have you had any more conversation or progress on that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, I believe Mr. Neri reached out to Mrs. Hill, who still resides in the property. She's very elderly. And it's my understanding from what I was told by Ada County Highway District, and I believe Mr. Neri's comment at the last hearing, that she has a life estate for that property, and she has a septic system and a well that she wanted to keep that would conflict with any improvements of sidewalk. And until, as long as she lives there, that property will remain the same. Now, how that got approved, why that collector wasn't adjusted to accommodate that, I can't answer that question. I didn't design Hill Century Farms. I would have done it different. I'm surprised that the city allowed it when they are so sensitive to safe route to schools. And ACHD, if we have an out parcel, even if it was split off within a year, we're required to install sidewalk across their frontage to make sure that we have continuous sidewalk. So I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe it had to do with stipulations on the donation that was done by Mrs. Hill. I can't answer that question, but I can't solve what's already been done. What I can do is try to make it safer. And how is it going to be? I mean, what I can do is limited.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mayor Becky, I was just kind of curious for the townhome areas. It talked about now that you have private streets and they have been approved, but is that all those interior streets are private that are where the townhomes are now located? Following that cursor down there and then up. Okay.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Hoagland, we have private alleys and some private streets. And that was encouraged by Ada County Highway District that they would prefer that those be private streets. We did submit a supplemental private street application to your staff, which was approved administratively. We still have guest parking. We still have 2-car garages for each townhome, plus a 20 by 20 pad. We also have notches out in the private road area so we can have parallel parking. So I have parallel parking along here, and it's notched out, so it's very visible. We also have parking down south for guest parking on the townhomes. And if you notice, all the townhomes are on common areas. They're along common areas here, along Hillsdale Avenue, linear open space here with a playground, linear open space here. And then we also have detached walks with common areas all along these townhomes. This is a public street here. So the only private streets would be this one, the private alley, and then this alley. And the reason for that is ACHD will not allow a public alley unless you have a public street in front of it. And so that's what kind of nudged us into the private roads. It gave us more flexibility in our design and allowed me to add more open space because we are over 15% qualified open space. And at the time we submitted, the requirement was 10. And I did not even calculate in my detached 8-foot buffers as my open space. So that's over and above the 15.4%.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanaugh.
I think in January, you submitted your phasing plan.
Yes, sir.
Is there any intention to, if this were approved, to change your phasing plan based on calendaring? And if so, maybe walk council through that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kavanaugh, we have to build our collector roadway coming off of the Hillsdale collector. I have to also install my secondary access, which is my entrance road right off of Amity. I have to install turn lanes, decel lanes that matches up with Shelburne. we kind of looked at this from a logical perspective. I think we put the neighborhood commercial component in the third phase. And then we have the fourth phase down in that southwest corner. And the second phase made sense because then we're making those interconnections to those other stub streets. And if you recall, we changed our street network so that it's circuitous. So we're not pushing traffic into the Rockhampton neighborhood or into the Hillsdale Creek neighborhood to the south. That it's kind of a circuitous connection. And then we have our pedestrian connections.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Becky, just in terms of timing on that, are you planning to adjust your timetable that you've presented? I think, maybe I'm mistaken. I thought you sent a letter early January. I guess I thought it had timing on it. I guess maybe then walk council through what is the proposed amount of time between each phase?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I did submit a letter that basically laid out the phasing, which units would come online, and the number of students generated by each phase. Obviously, that's been pushed out for a year because it started with a 2022 design and infrastructure install. So based on where we are now, how long the agencies are taking to review, we won't even start infrastructure till 2023. So we won't have any homes going vertical until probably spring of 2024. And based on the market conditions, if the clients kind of pull back, that those phases may get a little smaller, as we saw in the Great Recession. We had 100-lot phases and 50-lot phases, and then all of a sudden the phases went down to about 20 lots, and then the phases just kind of stopped. So, you know, we don't know what the future holds. Obviously, I wanted to give you the worst case scenario, and that is what I provided you as far as that they would build approximately a phase every year.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Bill, if this were to be approved, your timetable is to have the whole thing constructed by 2020.
That would be the plan in a perfect world with a continuing housing market and not 10% interest rates. I know. It's scary, isn't it? It's very scary. Yes.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I read an article that said that when the interest rates were at 3%, the same family that could afford or qualify for a $400,000 house, now with the interest rates being where they are, can only qualify for $275,000. And I think Councilman Perot can confirm that. So we do have a situation on our hands, and we need to adjust. And the only way we can adjust is obviously creating some diversity in these projects. Otherwise, they struggle. These single product projects will struggle in a harsh economic environment. But if we have diversity, that allows us to have pricing ability.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, Becky.
Mr. Mayor, only question for Joe. To confirm, and it's been, since January, since we heard this application, but to confirm the multifamily that's on the north side, 4 buildings of multifamily, is that necessarily to accomplish the zoning that's for this area?
Councilman Burnt, my understanding is that it is just to add diversity to the housing. They didn't have to do that. They don't need it for the zoning, no. It's just another option.
Thank you, Councilman Burnt. Mr. Clerk, I assume we have a few people signed up for this item this
Mr. Mayor,
evening?
we do. First is James Phillips. And Mr. Phillips, Joe's bringing up your presentation.
Thank you. Say your name and address for the record, please. And are you representing an HOA?
Yes, I'll be representing Hillsdale Creek Subdivision. Named James Phillips, 4140 East Rockhampton Street. Today, I feel a lot of weight on my shoulders as I represent a number of voices that I've talked to over the past months from the public about real concerns, specifically in the Southeast Meridian area where this is proposed. The analogy I like to use is that of a passenger plane. You can develop and make the most perfect, accommodating, affordable passenger plane there is, going to allow people to go from point A to point B. But unless it goes to a landing strip that can accommodate that passenger plane, it will not work. There's real concerns still, macro concerns, and I appreciate the diligence that the city council has made in double clicking on some of these concerns of having that meeting, joint meeting with West Ada. And it helps us come to terms as to the data, as to what we're looking at. What is that landing strip looking like for a project like this? So I'll talk to that a little bit. The first one I want to bring up is the school. I took screenshots, and this is in the web links in the City of Meridian's folder here. The timeline that Becky mentioned, you can just add 1 year. It doesn't make the difference. The math still is the same. And you'll see even on the timeline as well. Oh, let me. I'll just kind of hop through the numbers real quick. So if you were to just take the 4 phases, add up, you can see where the numbers land in terms of number of students. But instead of the end of 2027, add that year, Becky mentioned 2028. So 64 students for elementary, 32 students for middle school, 42 students for high school. Using the updated metrics from West Ada, you can see the Hillsdale area, again, that Southeast Meridian. We're projected to be over capacity by 390 students, of which this Centerville plan will make up over 15%, if you just take the numbers. On the middle school side, again, Lake Hazel, again, to accommodate the Southeast Meridian schools area. It's projected to be over capacity by 153. We're already at capacity on middle school. And that over capacity, again, Centerville's proposal is 20%. Finally, on the high school side as well, same story, right? We're projected to be over by 409 students, and over 10% of that comes from Centerville's proposal. In other words, if you just take a look at it, not taking into account timing and building of new schools, there's a real strong argument for the city council to deny or postpone this based on the fact that we just don't have schools there in Southeast Meridian to accommodate this growth. Now, West Ada did do some math and figured out what needs to be built there in South Meridian, right? You have that one elementary school, one middle school, and one high school. They also put together a tentative timeline of when those schools could possibly be built. Again, tentative, right? If you look at and compare that to the phases of this plan, you can see where it lines up. Again, this is based off of that paper with updated information. You can add 1 more year. The story is still the same. The phases for this plan is tentatively planned. In the worst case, obviously, would be built out before we'd even be considered to have a middle school in South Meridian or high school, where there is great need. And then finally, obviously also in addition to timing, so you have those three components, right? The overall math, in the end, we're going to land, the timeline of things, and then obviously where's the money going to come from? And I do know that there were some conversations in the joint discussion with West Ada to have the CFO, city CFO talk with the impact fee committee to figure out there's a way to offset some of this cost. But even in then, they acknowledged that a bond will still be required, expected to have a bond to help pay for these build outs. And that kind of concludes the main points I want to make regarding the school. There's a few other things around traffic. There's real concern. There's no faith whatsoever by the public on the traffic impact study that was in there. I don't think I need to bring too much attention, but even Becky called out the situation at which it was done. It wasn't very rigor. There wasn't not a whole lot of rigor around it. From like estimating percentages of where traffic would flow out of the plan, 70% north compared to 10% west. And I don't think so, given where everything's developed in that plan. The percent, because it was during COVID, they used 2018 to 2019 numbers, projected a 2% growth. We know that there's been a lot more than that. Again, kind of bad assumptions create bad conclusions. And finally, even in the TIS itself, it does call out that traffic count should be recollected in the future to verify background traffic. And it just goes to show, like, and these have real consequences, right? If you look at there's option that there's solutions or conclusions drawn from these, including, for example, putting in that light at that intersection. That's one of the options that came out of this study. Now, what would be the options that ACHG would like to see if we actually do an up-to-date study of what the traffic is going to be on like Hillsdale Avenue and on Amity? And finally, if you take a look at the integrated 5-year work plan that ACHG did, is most recently adopted this year. They had the budget for the first 2 years. And if you take a look at what's happening in Amity, there's a lot of question marks of when things are going to happen. Like there's not even a date for acquiring the right of way to build out Amity. That's not even a date on that yet, let alone a date for construction. And then last point from a public concern point of view is safety. It talked about already a little bit about that sidewalk gap. I really would like to see an update on where that is. If we have a timeline of when that would ultimately be built out, or is that still a big question mark because of the living trust there? The blind spot that happens at the corner there, and also the additional traffic that the plan will bring to Hillsdale Avenue. That this collector, and Becky mentioned, like if she had done this, she would have done this differently because there's a big concern about making sure it's safe. There's safe and walking areas to the schools. And Hillsdale adding this plan will add additional traffic to Hillsdale Avenue. That this collector turns in essence into a drop-off pickup line of parked cars all the way up to Amity during school drop-off times. And that will be competing with the traffic of people going in and out of from work that's going to be ultimately living in that area. And then lastly, I think that's the main point. There's one other slide about the plan itself that I really wish we had an opportunity to talk about this plan in P&Z. We hyper-focused on the original plan and it was revised, but there was things that were brought up even in discussion with Becky on the land about what we can do for transitional density down in the southwest corner that never made it to the final revision that I really would like to have an opportunity to talk to the developer and PNC around. But given the macro condition, it doesn't make much sense to really talk about it here. That's kind of it. I think there's a real responsibility that I do believe that the mayor and the members of the council really do take this job serious, and they want to make sure that the plan does land properly in the area. But there's still public concern around what's happening in Southeast Meridian that just doesn't accommodate the current plan for Centerville. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, next signed up is Chris and Amy Johnson. I'll let you decide who's first.
Say your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 3 minutes.
Amy Johnson, 4069 East Tenant Drive in Meridian, part of the Hillsdale Creek subdivision. Been here quite a few times for all these meetings. Quite honestly, I just kind of start with my feelings as a community member and seeing especially Council Haro, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but praise Centerville in that article that Becky brought up was kind of disheartening because it hasn't been approved. You don't have a lot of community support. You've seen a ton of us come out every single meeting, provide support. We're just not satisfied with the way this is for a lot of pretty fundamental reasons. Our kind of focus more on parking and traffic. Those are the big problems in here. So James just spoke about having Hillsdale Lane. It's going to become a parking lot. With that light, you queue in people. It's going to become so hard to move and maneuver in and out. I don't see how that's going to be an addition. It's only going to be a really big problem for the community. This is the time right now to correct that. I think the developer and Becky, they need to widen Hillsdale Lane. They need to add a designated turn lane if it's to go forward, because otherwise there's just no places for those cars to go. Additionally, I have never seen a CBH development, and I've driven quite a few of them, provide enough parking at all. If we're talking about higher density, we're talking about people who are bunking together, renting together. That's more cars than are being produced for the two or the tandem garages or the parking garages and things like that. There's just going to be more cars. And the way that driveways sit in those developments, you can't park between them. They're too close. Or maybe you get a small car, but you drive through some CBH developments specifically, and they are tight and they're really hard to navigate. And I think that's only a setback to our community because we have really great community. We had great developers come in and produce a really nice neighborhood. And this just is not in keeping with the area. I don't think it's not a walkable area. There's no public transportation. It's not going to be in the future anytime soon. So I think it's really paramount. Now is the time to, if you are going to go forward with the apartments, there needs to be so much more parking that's not been addressed properly. And the new revised one, it's really hard to know how many parking spots are designated. But I sat on the traffic commission for the city of Beaverton for 8 years. We have never seen a development that had enough parking. And so those are the two biggest things. And finally, it's kind of sounds like a NIMBY thing, but I don't find CBH houses to be that much more affordable than any others in the community. But you see that they don't landscape the backyards. They have just sheer boxes. So there's a quality issue. I quickly went to the Better Business Bureau. There are 34 complaints against CBH in the last 3 years, 10 in the last 12 months compared to Biltmore, which had 1, and Presidio, which had 0. And those are neighboring builders in the communities that we live in. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
so I just want to clarify. Sounds like we have some confusion about this article that was published in March. That article was published highly incorrectly, was not quoted correctly. The article, the nature and the topic of the article is not anywhere near the discussion I had with a reporter. And I brought it to the attention of the owner of Boise Dev at the time that the article was published, and he offered to not rescind the article, which would have been my preference. He offered to publish corrections to that article and to talk to him about it. And I thought about it and I decided, the news cycles, people will forget it. It's a news cycle. And clearly they haven't. So I obviously need to contact the owner of Boise Dev and get him to publish a correction to that. I wasn't praising Centerville. I'm not going to go on all the specifics in that article because that's not for this conversation, but I just want to be clear about that. The conversation I had with the reporter regarding Centerville was whether she had watched the public hearing about Centerville as an example of how housing is being developed in the area. It had nothing to do with the merits of Centerville. We don't discuss those while there's still a public hearing. It was whether or not she is paying attention to what's happening in the city of Meridian. That's the extent of the conversation with that reporter regarding Centerville. So just want to put that out there for the applicant's sake, for the public's sake, on the record that the article is very incorrect. The reporter has zero experience reporting on housing in the entire valley, excuse me. So just want to put that out there. In regard to this particular application, am I hearing you correct that your two main concerns are traffic movement through the neighborhood, parking within the actual neighborhood itself? And then was there a third one?
It's traffic and parking are my two primaries. Hillsdale Lane being the collector street that it is just, it's an F right now. And even if you put a light in, from my experience being on the traffic commission, you're going to queue in a bunch of traffic at one time, right? Light turns green, you're going to get 5, 8, 10 cars turning left at that time. If it's the same time that school pickup is at, where are they going to go? I mean, that I assume you guys have all driven the area. You understand how it's going to queue up. There's just no safe places. And then again, to go back to school safety, there's no place safe for the kids to cross when you have cars constantly doing that. And with the commercial aspect of it where it is, that's where people are going to be typically coming in or off of Amity, but it's just going to be too congested. It's too congested now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
There are other areas of the city that have the same concern, and we hear these types of objections in other areas of the city as well. And what I've been wanting to hear, hopefully, from our public testimony this evening is, what is it specific about your location that makes it unique that this development shouldn't be there versus other areas where we work through traffic and parking issues? And so anything really specific that you give, or that that we can hear about, that's not just this is congested, because we have conversations about congested all over the city, right? Which is not so much in our control. But so if there is something that's specific to that other than just general congestion and parking challenges, please feel free to share that as well.
Well, it is also the gradation of the actual hill that goes down into Hillsdale Elementary. It is very specific and unique to this community. It's just not going to be safe. There's no sight lines going down. Even if they cross over at the YMCA at this point, like Becky was testifying, there's no sidewalk over there to continue the kids down. At this time, unique to our space, there's just not a safe way to have that kind of congestion add to the traffic. And now is the time to address Hillsdale Lane not being wide enough. I mean, once it's developed, there's nothing we can do about it. And I'm not saying no development, don't develop it at all. But, I think the onus is on you guys, especially, and us as a community, to say not right now. We need to really get these, our priorities straightened. We need to have the infrastructure. We need to have the fire stations. We need to have the schools pretty much ready to go. Then move people in, not the other way around. And I think we've reached kind of that crux. And so that's kind of my point with the traffic. But I've never seen, go back to the parking thing, I have never, ever seen an apartment complex have enough parking. And why can't we say, you know what, that's fine, but create a lot more parking, especially when we're talking about possibly another recession and more density. There's just going to be more people, families, multifamilies living together, things like that. That's just a reality.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Chris Johnson, 4069 East 5 Meridian. I reaffirm everything that my wife said, like a smart married man. I'm not part of this NIMBY crowd. I don't have the NIMBY mindset. Of course, we moved here to Meridian a few years ago, knowing that it's one of the fastest growing cities. There's going to be tons and tons of development, and that's great. I especially like the fact that we're trying to build affordable housing. I think that's wonderful. My concern is really just the same things that you said, just the congestion, traffic, and the school overcrowding. And I realize that you guys don't have any influence over what's going on with the school. That's a state thing. And a lot of the roads and things like that are state issues too. So I would just encourage you to first, let's make sure that we have a good plan in place for another school or two to handle the density, the overflow from the current schools. So Hillsdale Creek, of course, is completely full. Anybody thinking they're going to move into this community now and send their kids there is sorely mistaken. So those are the main issues that I would like to get across. My thought is, I don't see any harm. What is the harm in just delaying this a little bit further? Just allowing things to catch up a little bit, some more studies to be done, that kind of thing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, those were the only people that marked they wanted to speak.
Okay. Well, if there's anybody else present that would like to provide testimony on this item, just please come up one at a time. You don't need me to call on you. You all please yourselves to figure out, but come on up and state your name and address for the record and be recognized for 3 minutes. And if you're online and would like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the Zoom call.
Members, I had no intention of speaking today, but it seems that as I listen to testimonies.
If you can state your name and address for the record.
Oh, I apologize. I'm Rebecca Prestwich. I live on Bleachfield Avenue, which is connecting to the Centerville Subdivision in the Hillsdale Creek Subdivision currently. I wanted to share with you what happened at the last meeting, at the end of the meeting. I sat down along with one other individual to talk with Becky and just ask her a few questions. And we were in the middle of a conversation when one of the council members walked up to her, interrupted our conversation, shook her hand and said, "We'll get this done," and winked at her. Now, that didn't leave a really good feeling with me because it felt like this was a done deal no matter what anybody said or we're going to do. And I would hope that as a council, you don't allow outside influences to buy your vote, so to speak, because that's what it really seemed to me was happening. I think that we do need development and we need responsible development in our community. I'm not against development, but I am against this project because I don't think it fits seamlessly into our community. I would have no objection to having single family homes on that property with no mixed use, but I know you want that. And so that's probably going to happen. But it seems to me that the council's been very polite in listening to all of us, but you've already had a preconceived notion of what you're going to do. And you yourself, Mayor, said in one of our meetings that, you know, as long as you've lived here, schools have always been a problem and you've always overcome it. And so when we bring up schools all the time, that doesn't seem like it's really something that you have power or control over, but you have to politely listen to all of the testimony. I do think it's deeper than just the schools. It's the whole community having a really feeling of not being listened to, a feeling of things not going as the plan said, the comprehensive plan, a feeling of approving projects one after the other, not knowing what the consequences of all the growth is. And that's a concern to all of us. We talk about it all the time. Every time we meet each other, run into each other. And I think you need to listen to that because it will affect you as elected members of our community. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Robert, council, any questions? Thank you. When come on up, like I say, if you want to testify, maybe come up and sit in the front row, and then you each take turns for those that want to speak. So, yep.
name is Dallas Baker from, I live in Meridian, Hillsdale, 5313 South McCurry Way. And I live directly behind the school and the YMCA. My qualifications, I am a water purveyor from the University of Florida and Florida State, and I'm a master plumber from the state of Washington. So as a plumber, my job is to keep the state and the citizens safe. That's my job. I am the safety officer of society, basically. The house right there, Miss Hillsdale, that lives on the corner, has a septic tank. And I don't know if anybody here that has any experience with that. Septic tanks put out what they call brown water or gray water. That water will be at the site forever, ever and a day. And so what happens is those little children go out there and they'll stomp around and they'll get their feet wet with contaminated water, excuse me. Contaminated water. So we don't want our children to get contaminated water. And so therefore, I think as long as that house is there and the septic tank will be there until somebody decides one day to pull it up, but even that, so that water from that drain field is contaminated. And so therefore there's waterborne diseases, yada, 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 yada. Anyway, I'm sorry if I'm not used to get in front of people and talk, but I think it's very, very important that people know that the little guys and girls will end up running through that drain field, going home to mom and daddy, and could be a potential spreading waterborne diseases. And that's very, very, very important. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Thank you.
Make it short and sweet. My name's Kathy Harris and I live at 466 East Tenant Drive in Hillsdale Creek. I think my only complaint about this is when we bought our house 4 years ago, we were told that that land had been purchased by CBH, but it was going to be strictly single family homes. And we bought under that pretense. And I think if they were to stick to that original plan, that would eliminate a lot of the parking and traffic issues and even the school issues. So why they've changed the plan since then, I don't quite understand. And I understand you guys want more density and stuff, but that land originally was planned for single dwelling homes. So thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward to close?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, representing Challenger Development. There was discussions about macro concerns that the joint meeting with West Ada School District didn't accomplish anything, at least that's what was inferred, that there are still school capacity issues, timeline issues, and when bonds will be ran and these schools can be built. We did receive, did receive a new letter from West Ada today. It did analyze the project again. This is my third letter. And it did indicate that the school district has a plan for transporting students to alternative schools with available classrooms. Attendance areas may be adjusted based on availability in nearby schools, passage of bonds for new schools to fit enrollment needs, and possibility of portable classrooms placed on properties. And West Ada thanked us for trying to improve the safe route to schools and creating bike paths and micropaths that will obviously make things safer in this area. When you look at this map, you've got Skybreak, you've got the Keep, you have Pinnacle Subdivision. They've all got to be bused because they're too far away. They can't walk to this school. whereas this project can. And what Dr. Bub and Jonathan and Marcy indicated to me when I met with them was that, you know, one of the things that we look at is adjustment of these boundaries. And our goal is obviously to have as many children as we can walk to the schools. And what do we have here? We have a project that's kitty corner to an elementary school. That school's not Hill Century Farm School. That Hillsdale collector is a mid-mile collector intended to be signalized, intended to take traffic out of this section to Amity Road, which is a minor arterial, which is going to be expanded to 3 lanes. They indicated that the traffic study was bogus, which is not correct. The traffic study followed all ACHD guidelines, and every mitigation measure available to my client was placed as a condition upon us. Turn lanes, decel lanes, signals, rapid flashing lights. I'm doing everything I can other than build a new freeway to Boise. I mean, we're limited in what we can do. And I guess one frustration that I have is their traffic does not impact our roadway network. Their kids don't impact our school. There were no special assessments paid by them for that school. That school was built with a bond. Owyhee was built with a bond. The rules need to be the same for everyone. You asked us to pause. You said, we're going to take a pause. I watched every council agenda after that, every single one, and not one project was paused due to schools. Amy Johnson, who was on the school board at the time, testified the situation is worse in Star and North Meridian as far as school capacity and the number of potential students coming into the system than it is in South Meridian. Yet Quartet was annexed, zoned, and the preliminary plat approved. I've seen other projects just zoom by me. What is different about this project? Nothing. In fact, this project has more facilities, public facilities, and is in a priority area than any other project I've ever had. And I am puzzled. They talk about transitional densities. I've done the transitional densities. I've got a little over 3 dwelling units per acre all along my perimeter. I have a total of 6.01 gross density. They talk about the comprehensive plan land use map. That map, as Joseph indicated in his previous reports, supports exactly what we're proposing. And that level of service, oh, you can't build anything until the level of service improves. We're going to improve the level of service. It's F. It's going to go to B. I mean, and they're saying that we're skewing the numbers. ACHD's analyzed what I need to do to mitigate. The school district has analyzed what we need to do to plan to serve this particular piece of property that is across the street from this school. And they're going to do that. If not right now, then let's just shut down all the cities. Shut them down until everybody passes a bond and the legislature comes up with a magic wand to fix all of our problems. That's never going to happen. It's just never going to happen. And they kept talking about apartments. I have no apartments in this project. I only have single family dwellings, townhouses, which are 3 and 4. And then we have 4 fourplexes that back up to an arterial. So we have a little bit of a rental component next to our neighborhood commercial. I have no tandem parking. No tandem parking is suggested in this. They are all 2-car garages, no tandem. I have incorporated on-street parking, off-street parking. I mean, we have gone way out of our way to make sure that this is well parked because I know what the parking situation is. I see it. and I always try to have more parking. This project is a good project. And just because it is different than what is in Hill Century Farms does not make it incompatible. Your comp plan states that in this area is mixed use and medium density residential. And that's what we have provided. And we provided a darn good project. And they talk about it, oh, it's going to be so dense and tight. We have so much open space and linear open space and wrought iron fencing. I mean, it's going to look very, very open. We're not going to put solid fences on those townhomes because that compartmentalizes them. It doesn't create for an open atmosphere. And we want people on that open space and feel like even though they have a townhome lot, it's smaller, they're on an open space. They have pathways, they have amenities, they have things to do. This is not a hindrance to this neighborhood, and this neighborhood is not the all-knowing, all-seeing. We've gone and jumped through every hoop there is. And this project's been scrutinized and scrutinized and re-scrutinized, and we've adjusted. And like I said, I've never had a project where I dropped 108 dwelling units. And the staff wanted my density to be higher. I did multiple pre-apps. And so I listened to them. And then when they saw the backlash, they said, hey, you better take another look at it. And I think where we're at, the staff is happy. We have a darn good project. And if this project can't be approved here, then I don't think the city of Meridian should approve any project anywhere in the city, whether it's in a priority or non-priority, because this one meets all your goals. And I don't know what else I can do. I just don't. And deferring this, what does that accomplish? I don't understand it. I just don't. I'm frustrated and speechless. And for someone to say that there's ex parte communication, I say that's wrong. That is wrong. The only statement made to me was to be patient and let these workshops take place so that the council could get more information. That is it. That is all. No one promised me anything, and I've never asked for any special favors. I just want to be treated fairly, like any other project that's in this area and all the projects that have previously been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Council, Councilman Hogan.
Question for Becky regarding the exit. I know in our subdivision, we've got a collector going out onto an arterial and we don't even have a light, but we'll get one someday. But there's enough room for cars and they queue up. And so cars are going right, stay to the right, and cars going left, stay to the left. Is that the situation here? Or is there room for lanes? What's that situation exiting out on, I think that's Hillsdale Lane that goes out?
Mayor Simpson, Councilman Hoagland, that's a good question. When we did Bridge Tower, typically most engineers go with an expanded throat so that then you can, when it becomes signalized and it's warranted, which this is, then you can stripe those lanes. So they'll go in and ACHD will, when we submit a signal design, which we have to do as a condition, then they will evaluate restriping and creating turn lanes so you have left turns and right turns. And if it requires some additional widening, then they have us do that. Locust Grove and Overland is a prime example. When I did the Fast Eddies and that commercial project there, and then we did the Backage Road into Mountain View High School because they were overloading Millennium, which I did that collector and signal. Then ACHD said, hey, while you're at it, let's widen and lengthen that intersection there and create longer turn lanes. We did the same thing at Linder and State Highway 44 with a project called the Preserve for Coleman Homes. We went in and we lengthened the turn lanes and we striped it. So, you know, that's up to ACHD. It's their traffic engineers that make the determination. Our traffic engineer analyzes it, makes their recommendations on how to mitigate and how to solve the problems that are out there. This is an existing problem. This is not a problem created by me. But the burden falls upon my client to fix it, and we're willing to do that. And I think that's what's important. And I think that's what the mayor has been saying. You know, if we have some deficiencies in our transportation system, our sewer or water system, and you want to bring a project in, then you need to mitigate and fix the problem. And that's what we're doing here. And I ask the council to support this. I've never, like I said, I'm speechless. And that's, you know, that's uncommon for me.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant at this time? Thank you. Don't go far, but thank you. Councilman Cavanagh.
Probably council's taking some time to digest a lot of the testimony and commentary from the applicant, but I'm happy to at least start a couple things up for conversation. First, I want to thank council, mayor, staff, applicant, and the public. I know this has felt a lot like a marathon, and I think a lot of the reason why we're here tonight, I'm to blame for that. I wasn't supportive of this project in January for some of the reasons that we've talked about tonight. It's really the impact on our schools. And I was in a rare moment of optimism. I was very hopeful that our legislature would work to try and provide us as cities, us as a community, more solutions to provide better access to education for our kids. They failed, which makes it really hard because Becky, you touched on this. You said you've checked all the boxes. And I agree. I think you've checked every box that has been presented for you. You have worked to find a solution that is your brand, that is your MO, and I commend you for it. But you also said, what's different about this project? And I'll tell you just for me, where I'm coming from, what makes this project different is when you look around our community, there's much more easy access in areas of growth to divert students to other schools. We don't have that in South Meridian. We have students who live in South Meridian who are bused to Franklin and Linder Road. For an elementary kid, that is not fair to them. We have high school students that are being crowded into portables with no plan. These aren't necessarily some of the things that you have the ability to solve. I know if you could, you would. But the fact of the matter is these are impacts on our community. And I can't in good conscience continue to exacerbate a problem that already exists. And so for me, that's what makes this different. In North Meridian, in Central Meridian, in Eagle, and Star, and in Boise, we can put those students in other places, and we don't have the mechanism to do that in South Meridian. We continue to see growth. And without a plan, and that's where my questions came about your phasing, is if we could come to a mechanism about when this would be built and how that would coincide with some of these schools being built, I think I could get there. I just can't get there tonight. And so I appreciate everything that you have done. And it's the reason why I wanted to continue this project. And I know I've probably frustrated you by doing that. And I've taken a lot of heat from many of your colleagues for pushing for this, but I thought it was to at least give you a fair opportunity to allow the state and our community to find solutions to some of the problems that you haven't helped to create, but that your project will continue to exacerbate. So I'm not going to be in favor of the project tonight, not because I don't love it and because I don't hope to see that we see more of this in Meridian. I just can't be in good conscience be in favor of it tonight in this particular.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I appreciate the patience shown by everyone. This is a long process. To be at this for a year is a long time. It's unusual. We had a lot of meetings over that course of time, three different meetings with the school district and school board involved. And it is difficult. And having grown up in this community, moved here in 1970, seen a lot of changes. And that change includes my kids going to schools in portables. That includes my kids going to be bused to Eagle to go to school when you live in Meridian. And there are options to that. And for my oldest son, it was a private school because we weren't going to have that happen because that was not our community. Nothing wrong with Eagle, but just wasn't workable. So anybody who comes here, and if they're going to be bused, that is part of their decision in that process. It's up to them to decide, do we want to move and live here if our kids aren't going to go to Hillsdale? That's the market at work. But what was clear from the meeting that my takeaway with the school district and the board and the administrators is the fact that they say it's on us. It's our responsibility to make sure kids, wherever they come from, get a good education, quality education. And we have to trust them with that. They're elected, they're appointed, they have that responsibility. Yes, we pay attention to it, but it was very clear to me that they said, that is our responsibility. You guys take care of what you think is important for you. And for some of us, it's different things. There are different priorities, which we don't always agree on that. And that's fine. That's why we're up here. I'd love for Meridian to be single family homes everywhere, but it's just not possible anymore. I live in a development that is single family home. Used to be a farm. I know all about septic tanks and wells and everything else. I'm not concerned about that particular place having contaminated water. If you've got surface water coming up, you've got a serious issue. And if it's not present, then they're not going to be walking water. So anyway, the issue we're having is over that time, Meridian has greatly changed. It's because people are coming from out of state. We've been discovered. Lots of money come in. They're able to purchase homes, driving the price up. And we have young people, married couples, just like my son and daughter-in-law, looking to purchase a home a few years ago. They can't afford a single family home with a big yard, and it's out of reach. It's out of reach. I want them to live in Meridian. I don't want them to live in Cuna or Caldwell or any place else. I want my little grandkids to be close to home. And so we are doing things a little bit differently. We have to. Land prices have gone up, housing prices have soared. You know it. You get your property tax assessments. You've seen what's been going on. So how do we have people, young people who are getting started in life, be able to afford Meridian? Well, you have to increase densities a little bit. You have to squeeze things a little bit. The yards aren't as big. And I know if you're in a single family home, you go, well, I want everything to look like ours. But in this case, in this particular area, it was zoned a medium density residential. So that means different lot sizes and different densities. And the good thing is, because we get this all the time, we're always trying to match these things that we look at as infill to some degree, although this is a 40 acre, it's been there quite a while. The ability to try and match what is surrounding on the outside, so there's not a lot of variation. And you guys are fortunate because we've seen a lot of plans come in a lot worse where those lot lines don't line up and you're having 2, 3 homes. So my home that was a farm at one time, we've got 3 houses behind us, not one. And here you've got matching, and little variation on the east side, but pretty darn close. So there's been a lot, to me, a lot of thought that went into that to make that work a little better, because a lot of times it doesn't work. And that's the hard part. And I get it. It's hard for change because we went through that ourselves personally, going from a farm to the middle of a subdivision. And it's hard because you lost your views, you lose this, you lose that. There's more traffic, there's more noise. And just don't talk to my wife because she'll really go off. But it's just one of those things that how can we do the best that we can within the law that our zoning laws require. And we have a state land use law. There are a lot of things, and it gets complicated, but property rights is very paramount in Idaho. So people who own the property and want to do something with it, we have to be very careful that we follow certain structures and laws because they have a right to sue and take us to court and say they're taking a property right. So we pay very close attention to what we say can be zoned. And then we really have to find very specific areas that it's not meeting our criteria. And that's what makes it difficult. You just can't say, nope, we don't want it. Oh, we don't like that developer. They don't build quality homes. We cannot go there. We cannot go there at all. We can't say, oh, we like this developer better than that developer. We just can't. So that's a difficult. Traffic, certainly, we look at that. That was my question on that. Is there going to be a backup on that? Yes, that's a concern. How far will that go down? Will there be turn lanes or putting in a light? That's big. I know what it's like not to have a light on a very busy arterial and to make that work. So there's a lot, I guess, to unpack here. The testimony is good. The testimony has impacted this development in many ways. There has been a lot of changes, and I think a lot of good changes that have come about. It's never a perfect plan, but it's one that it's one that I can see has come a long ways, and we'll just let people decide if that's the development that's right for him, if their kids aren't going to be going to school nearby. So, and in due time, another school will be built. And for my kids, it was a chaparral and got to go to a brand new school, and but they had to put up with portables for several years. So it's one of those decisions that you have to make, and that they will have to make if this development moves forward in the future. So just my perspective on that, Mr. Mayor. I think I can go there. It has changed immensely. Losing 33% of the density is massive. I think that's the largest I've ever seen in a project that's come before us. We've had changes before, but I think that's been the largest. So, and the variety is what we call for in our plan, to allow people to have the ability to stay living in Meridian if they're just starting out or maybe winding down in a career. So there's both aspects of that. So anyway, my thoughts.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
first off, before I give my thoughts about this project, I just wanted to thank citizens who have been super passionate about this development, who have spent a lot of time and a lot of energy expressing concern and have been really involved. And if there's one thing that I appreciate as a city council member is the involvement and the engagement of the citizens of our great city. There was a comment earlier about that we don't listen. And sitting in my seat and doing what I do, I can reassure you 1000% that I take not only what's said in testimony on the evening on the Tuesday night of city council meetings, but also the public testimony that's in the packet that we receive during the application process. It's a big deal. And so I just a comment to just let the community know my thought process when it comes to these issues. Just ask my wife. We talk all the time. We bounce ideas off each other, and this is sometimes we don't get night sleeps, knowing that we have to make tough decisions. And this is the difference between the state legislature or federal representation, right? Because they make decisions in buildings where normal citizens aren't at. We make decisions looking in the eyes right here at City Hall, and this is what makes local government so special, because citizens have access to your local elected officials on a much more intimate level than you do elected officials at the state and federal level. And frankly, it's the reason why it's the reason why I've loved what I've done and the service I've provided this city for the past 4 years. But these type of decisions are difficult. They're not easy. And when the decision has been made and the vote's been cast, it's quite common, at least for me, to be thinking about the decision, the vote that I made weeks after the fact. I have to say that I have to say that during tonight's testimony and tonight's presentation, and along with the presentation that was made back in January in testimony, there's one word that comes to mind, and it just keeps on repeating itself in my thought process, and that's consistency. And there was a comment earlier by someone that says that we don't follow our comprehensive plan. I couldn't disagree with whoever that person was more than anything. You know, for the past 3 years, we've been following very true to our comprehensive plan. We've been following very true to our future land use map. And that's not just for the developers and for the builders who another comment is made that we're in, we wink, wink deals or whatever. That's just not true. It isn't true. And I take huge offense to that when people say that I'm on the hook to development. When a person comes to this dais and accuses us of impropriety, it's just not right. It's just not right. And it's not fair. It's not fair on any level. But we have these comprehensive plans and these future land use maps, not just for development, but we have them for our citizens as well, so that they know what is going to be built and what is going to be developed in certain areas of our city. It's crucial that we stick to these plans. It's important that we stick to these plans. It's important that we're consistent. It's incredibly important, not only for development, but for the citizens who live near the development as well. I don't have any control over what realtors say to you when you buy your houses, unfortunately. All I know is that when we rely heavily on staff and their recommendation of what that looks like with our future land use maps and our comprehensive plans. I echo a lot of the testimony that was stated or the thoughts that were stated by Councilmember Hoagland. And I won't rehash what he said, but what he said was very true and very poignant. And for the reasons that I discussed tonight, and for a lot of the reasons Mr. Hoagland discussed, I will be in support of this application this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you very much to my fellow council members for sharing their thoughts on the testimony. I agree with a lot of what has been shared in regard to our commitment to our community. We live here, we're your neighbors too. We see the same challenges you see every day. We drive in the same traffic that you drive in every day. All of us live in very different areas of the city. We all are in the corners, and we feel your frustrations. And we also feel that same frustration when so much of those decisions are not influenced by us and not made by us. But I do want to reassure the members of our community here that we are listening, as Councilman Burnt mentioned, in that our comprehensive plan took well over a year to put together, and there were multiple public hearings and there were multiple meetings about it. And there were many, many members of our community that were involved in designing that comprehensive plan. So we do take it really seriously that we follow that, because we didn't design that, the community designed that. And as elected officials, because that is designed by our public and by the community, we've got to follow that. So the transportation, ACHD has hearings on many of these applications. you can contact ACHD and let them know what you think about these projects. Every year they go through and they set their priorities for what roads and intersections they're going to work on for the city of Meridian. That's a public hearing that you're welcome to attend. So there's many, many opportunities for the community to be involved in these decisions, and not just when it comes to this hearing that we're having, this third hearing that we're having for this community. And we pay close attention to what our partners are doing so that we can collaborate with them in a way that's beneficial to our public. So I agree with Councilman Byrne, and that it is a little kind of surprising to hear comments made about we don't listen, because that's what we do every single week that we're here. All of us, I'm not going to get on a soapbox, but all of us make incredible sacrifices with our families and with our businesses and with our jobs and our schedules and our vacation, everything to be here. And we love doing it. We really do. It is true public service, and we wouldn't trade it for the world. So please know that this isn't an us against you kind of thing. This is really wanting to get this right for the community. So this is, I also lose sleep over these things, think about them for weeks later, wonder if I've made the right decision when there's a variety of different factors involved in an application like this. And there isn't always a perfect outcome. So what I have to fall back on when there isn't a clear answer is, did the applicant abide by our code? Did the applicant abide by what we've asked them to do as far as modifications? Are they making efforts to listen to the community over the course of the different hearings? If we weren't taking this seriously, we wouldn't have asked the applicant to continue this project this long so that we could get more information to make a better decision. So this is a tough one for me. The reason we postponed this from January was to get more information from the school district. And even though we did get more information, we are pleased that they are finally putting together a plan that has some teeth to it as far as the next 10 years and what their estimates are. That's an improvement from where we were before, which was really not anything specific. It doesn't help to solve this specific concern regarding Hillsdale. And my main concern in all of these hearings has been the safety of the students. That's been my main concern, because this is a unique situation. As Councilman Kavner mentioned, it is unique in that, there's the students have locations they can and cannot go. There's some geographic issues. There's a variety of things. And while I don't have huge concerns about the density of the project, they're fitting within the comprehensive plan. There isn't anything in that regard that is that the applicant has not addressed. I still have concerns about the safety in this area. So sometimes this is a gut decision in regard to how we know that this city should develop based on what we hear from the community every week and based on what our comprehensive plan says. And so I'm really leaning in the direction of Councilman Kavner, which is that just isn't quite sitting well with me yet. And I want to be able to give the applicant some clarity on why. And the only thing I can say is that I just really still have concerns about safety, of pedestrian safety in this community. So that being said, I would ask the mayor, since the public hearing has not closed, if the applicant could come forward and allow me to ask some additional questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Burrow.
Thank you very much. So I had asked earlier about the location of the current flashing or the current crossing on, is it Stockhampton? What is the name of that street that heads south from Hillsdale?
Joe, do you have a map?
So there are 3 entrances into the school. Is there any possible way that we could get the district to allow all crossing to happen at the entrance that is the farthest to the south? So that the crossing's consistent, there's not crossings going into all 3 entrances. I don't know exactly when crossings are happening as far as locations go. I want to get more information about that because I'd rather have all pedestrian activity stay on the east side of your development and the development to the south, not cross across and go in front of the hill property. Stay all on the east side and have one consistent crossing along the farthest south entrance into the neighborhood. And maybe that is something that we can get the district to help us on so that the students are staying consistently on one side of the road. I think there is a fairly wide sidewalk that exists there right now. And then all of that crossing will happen kind of to the south of the school. That's just my number one concern about this is pedestrian safety in this area, even more so than the vehicles. As you mentioned, there's a lot of students that can walk and not need to drive. That's just really the thing that has me so hung up on this.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, so they have the flashing light is right here on, is it Stockenham Way? I think it's right here. You can see the ped ramps right here.
Okay.
I believe that's where the rapid flashing is. And what Marcy, yeah, here you can see it. You can see it striped, pedestrian crossing. They've got the flashing lights that they can activate. And what the Marcy spoke with the principal of Hillsdale, and she said that they have a crossing guard there that makes sure that the kids get across in a safe manner and then come into the school in this direction. Now, what I was told from some of the Hillsdale residents is their kids come across here and not necessarily do they come all the way down. The response I received when I brought that to the attention of the school district was, well, the crossing guard and the flashing light is down further west. And so they should be coming down the sidewalk and crossing where it's safe. So the option that I gave the school district and ACHD is we could put the rapid flashing right here, or we could put it at our collector roadway. We'll be building a detached walk with landscaping all along the Hillsdale Avenue. And then, as you can see, there's a gap here and they have plantings. So ACHD is going to have us, why there's a gap, I don't know, but they are going to have us extend the sidewalk here because these plantings are in the right of way and make a connection. Now, what the school district said was, if we put it here, we feel is too close to this one. So that was their reasoning of wanting it further north. Now, obviously, from our perspective, we want to make sure that the kids get across safely. So if the council's recommendation is that it's better that the kids stay, as you indicated, Councilman Perot, on the east side, and that we put the flashing light and another crossing here, then I'm open to that. I just went off the recommendation of the school district. You know, obviously there is that gap. Now the kids can safely go across to the Y, but to traverse here, you know, the crossing guard would either have to walk the kids down along the roadway, or like you said, we put it here. So maybe that is the solution, to make sure. regardless of the fact that they are closer together. And I mean, we're talking about a pretty short distance. So our collector roadway comes in alignment with this. Is it further north? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. It's right here at Hill Park. Right, Joe? Yeah. So our entrance is here at Hill Park. So the kids could come across here, but then you have the issue of the out parcel. So then if that is a concern of yours, I would recommend that we put it here. Bring our kids down, do a widened 10-foot walk along Hillsdale, so we accommodate pedestrians and bicycles. Because one of the comments I heard from the parents, the reasons the kids go across here is because of the heavy traffic from the peds and the bikes and the little skateboards and stuff. So maybe what we do is we do a 10-foot walk all along the east boundary, and we make that connection here and then bring those kids across there. Does that kind of help you with the safer route to
Councilwoman Pro.
schools?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you for answering that. I realize that some of this is out of your control. I realize that. And I'm glad that you clarified, because I was under the impression that ACHD was requiring that ACHD was requiring it to be on that more northern section. And so I didn't realize you had the option to change it if you could or wanted to. So that is helpful information for me.
Yes, it was not a requirement of them that we install the rapid flashing. We did that on our own prerogative, to help with the safe route to schools. I just relied on the school district for their input. So we do have latitude.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
I assume that because this is a collector roadway, that there aren't other traffic calming measures that can be implemented in this area, or are there exceptions that can be made in front of a school, in a school zone, for additional traffic calming? Obviously, there's probably a speed limit decrease, but are there speed bumps that can go in? Is there anything like that we can discuss? It's been the main concern for me, is really that element.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, that came up in the Sky Mesa development, and with that long collector that goes downhill and the speeds in which people drive it. We did end up coming up with a design on the collector that was pedestrian friendly and slowed the traffic down. Our first initial design was we did a raised pedestrian crossing. So it was striped, it was elevated, it was visual, and the cars would have to slow down. ACHD said, no, maintenance doesn't like that because of snow removal. So then they had us come up with some chicanes that we put in that had to slow the traffic. We've used them in Eagle on some private parking lots over there at Winco and Home Depot in Eagle at 44 and 55. I mean, if you go through there and it's stamped concrete, so it has a sign, stop, pedestrian crossing, and you have to physically go up over it. And that's what I would prefer, because I think it slows that traffic down. And when they were rerouting traffic due to the roundabout improvements through this neighborhood, the speeds were excessive. I saw it myself. So I am all on board for traffic calming. And I think if you guys in your motion would send that strong recommendation to ACHD, that will help me convince them to let us install something that will slow that traffic down and make that a safer collector. Thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sure, all of us took notice as the applicant was testifying. There were some members of the public with their hands raised. I don't know if you want to, an additional public testimony from people who haven't testified. Want to take a break?
Really, I leave that up to council. I mean, the applicant can come back up afterwards, so I'm not worried about that. Why don't we do this? Why don't we, it's 8 o'clock. It's when we like to take a break to do phone calls to families and other things. Go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we'll try to come back at 5 after 8 and determine path forward.
Great, thanks, Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and come back to order from that standpoint. We had a few people that raised their hands that wish that they wanted to speak. Wait, is the applicant back in the room? I don't want to go without the applicant. Okay, so we will go ahead and wait. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and keep moving forward. We had a few people that raised their hands. They wish to come back or they wish to provide comment. Let's start with anybody that did not testify can come forward, and we'll ask you to keep your comments to what was being discussed during that time frame. We don't want to try to introduce new material if we can. So assuming you're speaking to one of the items that was recently discussed between the council and the applicant, if you say your name and address for the record.
My name is Paul Prestwich, 5249 South Bleachfield, and I was just going to address the new item of moving the light. And the problem with where they suggested it get moved to, it's probably the worst area because it's coming down off of a blind hill down at the bottom where everybody turns into the school. So that's definitely not the place to put a crossing light. Of all the areas on that street, the original place is better, even though you have problems with the kids. If you're gonna try to put it down where she suggested, it's really the worst place. You're better off keeping the kids all on the east side, have them cross the street and go down to the light and, you know, go with the crossing guard. Just have the one if that's what you're gonna do. If you want the flashing light back up to where it was, that's a better solution. But right where it is where there's no sidewalks, all the cars are turning, everybody's trying to get there from two ways. And if you try to throw kids into the mix, it's a disaster. So that's all we had to say, is because we know the area and the topography, you don't see that on the map, but it's a pretty steep blind hill coming down to that area.
Council, any questions? All right, thank you.
Is there any chance we could pull up that map one more time that we were looking at before?
If you can say your name and address for the record, please.
Melissa Phillips at 4140 East Rockhampton Street in Meridian. Okay, so as a mom with kids that actually go to the school, I have never seen a single student walk across this area because this lineup right here is where the cars are. And so they are instructed to walk all the way down this east side. So we don't have a concern with having a light here because that encourages students to walk across, which we don't want because the cars will be right there. So we are fine not having a light here. The light up here would assist with the residents in this community and the ones that walk up on the east side to go to the YMCA. But we would probably ask the school and district to provide a crossing guard to keep all students from Centerville on that east side just walking straight down all the way. My other concern with having that light, which is a positive thing, but the negative would be students would try to cross there and take the path of least walking distance and try to get over here. But it's just going to take a lot of communicating with students and teaching them the best route to go. And then as far as Hillsdale Avenue, It is not slated to be widened and it is not on ACHD's radar, but that would need to have 3 lanes for the cars turning left onto Amity and the cars turning into the community. Otherwise, all those concerns with the traffic backing up exist. And then lastly, there has been a resident change with the woman that was living in that home, so that should be explored. I don't have the ability to explain the situation, but there has been a change, so that should be looked at as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, just real quick from a traffic commission perspective, those blinking lights are going to do diddly squat, honestly, to slow traffic down. And what's specific to this community is that gradation down to the bottom. So just like Melissa just spoke, that is the worst place a light could actually possibly be. And the only thing I could see from the experience I've seen from trying to mitigate traffic would be a hawk. And I know I just spoke with Becky briefly, and she was saying that HCHD prefers the blinking lights, but I strongly discourage that. I think at safety perspective, that is the worst thing you could possibly do. And having kids cross over to the YMCA, unless that thing or that house that's there, they can create that sidewalk on that side. There is no safe place to cross kids over to that west side and get them down to the school. There's just none. But the only kind of a signal that might actually have an effect is the hawk. But that only works too if there's a 3 lanes across on Hillsdale Lane, because you're going to queue traffic. It's just logistically specific to this location. I get traffic calming. I get it all. I mean, we did that for a long time, and it's just a really bad drop. It's blind, and people fly down that hill. And I do think now is the time to address that. So if you can approve with conditions, that would be something. So.
Councilman Barrett.
Mr. Mayor, question. So you say they fly going down the hill toward Amity?
No, they fly down the hill going into Stockenham. So Hillsdale becomes Stockenham as it makes that turn. And if there's a beacon even at the bottom of that, where Hillsdale, Rockhampton Boulevard and Hillsdale Lane intersect, I don't know, I don't have the map, but that's at the bottom of the hill. And that's, where Melissa's pointing out where the cars queue up, there's just I don't see a single safe option. And that is coming from years of experience on a traffic commission where we just mitigated traffic over and over and over again. And I will just, since I have the mic for just one last minute, reiterate parking. It is a big deal. It will overflow and it will congest and it will within the community itself. So if you guys are leaning towards approving this, can you approve it with the conditions that parking and traffic get addressed and mitigated before it gets built? Now's the time to kind of address those issues.
So do we think that there's agreement on the concept, the long-term build out? We want a sidewalk there where Mrs. Hill's house is and a crossing up at the hill way, long-term. Is that what's best when this is fully developed as an area, or would the community say no sidewalk and no crossing? Neither one of those is in the best interest. Because to your point, some of this may not be able to come now, but it may come in the future. Whatever is developed, does the community think that that's in agreement? Crossing up there where they currently have it proposed and a sidewalk on that property, was that?
Like it was just mentioned, if you make that a 3-lane, so you can put a hawk up top, calming, that makes a lot of sense. There's the rub, right? It's making that 3-lane because it's not on HCC's radar. It's not part of the plan. There's a whole thing that needs to happen to get that prioritized. But that's the rub. That's would be the ideal, is you have that additional lane for traffic going into the community, also additional lane to allow them off Hillsdale onto Amity as well.
I understand. I'm trying to go with what we are focused on right here, because of whatever council decides to do or don't do, they could make a recommendation that when the Hill House goes away, at that point in time, we put in a flashing lights up there. That may be what they can do.
I see.
Or is it, no, we never want that in that location and don't worry about it. But that's something that's gonna be timing. If we want to influence children's walking decisions, maybe there's some things that we don't do for 5 years because it doesn't create that attractive nuisance or that idea. So I think it's just like long-term. So we want a sidewalk on the other side where the house is. I think the city would like that. Is there a crossing that we want up at the other location? Because my recollection was more about getting people into the YMCA as much as anything else at that time. But that's kind of where I was going, so the council please can consider that.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Phillips, could you make note, you spoke on the record, so the record's clear?
Thank you, Bill.
James Phillips, 4140 East Rockhampton Street.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, just to make sure, it sounds like everyone's in agreement that sidewalk on the east side is definitely coming in. Where Mardia crosses Hillsdale / South Stockenham Way, it is at the bottom of the hill. It is very difficult for a light. They do come fast. It's best that the kids keep using that where the crossing guard is. So it sounds like neighbors do not want that option whatsoever at the bottom of the hill. So I think there's agreement on that. Mr. Mayor, up there at East High Pack Street, I don't know what.
I think it's Hill Park.
Oh, Hill Park, okay, East, okay, Hill Park. That, I guess the timing of when that light there to cross would come into play. I mean, I can see people from that development wanting to go over to the Y and use that. But at the same time, is that encouraging the kids then to cross there and then come down and there's no sidewalk? I think definitely, Ms. Phillips, who's a mom, kids take the path of least resistance and they'll find a way down. So I guess that you're looking at the timing of that particular light of when that should go in. Is it phase 1 or phase 5?
Or after that property redevelops, the developer could give the money to somebody else to make those improvements in the future.
Right.
As an example.
Right. And as we know on that one house, the Hill House, whenever that, and interesting to find out, I think, Mr. Neri, if we could kind of follow up to see about Ms. Hill and Mrs. Hill and what that status is there, because that is definitely a spot that needs a sidewalk connection, and well, we can get that taken care of. So when the time comes, but yeah, I guess timing for that upper light, but I can see it in use right away. But how do you keep the kids from then going down? But I think for quite a while, the kids are going to be bused somewhere else. It's not going to be at Hillsdale, so it's not an issue from that perspective in the near term. So.
So was there anybody else that had their hand raised on the issues that were resolved? Becky, would you like to come back to make your final comments again?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Becky McKay. Joe, can you go back to that? So one thing that we could do with the rapid flashing light is the council could provide a condition of approval that we trust fund with Ada County Highway District for that light, and that it would be installed when the sidewalk along Mrs. Hill's property was constructed. The other thing that that we looked at too is, as the mayor indicated, the Hill, what is it, Hill Park Street, does get the kids across to the Y. The kids do have the ability to come down through the park and come the long way. So there is that option. I do agree with the neighbors. This is where it starts elevation wise dropping off here. So it does make more sense that there be some type of safe crossing here. But I would trust fund for it until such time as this sidewalk is installed. In the meantime, we could do a 10-foot sidewalk along Hillsdale Avenue so that we could accommodate both pedestrians and bicycles. And then they would come down and use the crossing here that's in place. And none of those rapid flashings are left unattended according to the school district. They have to have a crossing guard there when they're utilized during school times.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So it's hard to see from these aerials, but when a pedestrian's walking south on Hillsdale and they cross over Mardia Street, what is that? I've seen cars line up there to make a right and they're just taking a right and taking a right and taking a right. And I'm concerned that they won't, be really paying attention if somebody's crossing. So what is the crossing like right at that section? If there's going to be an encouragement that all pedestrians stay on the east side, are there any safety concerns in that location? Is it just white stripes?
Yeah, typically what we would do is right now, as I indicated, the sidewalk stops short of our boundary. So we would continue this sidewalk and wrap it around up in here. And then what you can do is we can come in and do pedestrian striping with permission from ACHD. It doesn't show up. It's been added recently. Okay. So it's already there, according to the neighbor. It wasn't there when I was up.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, real quick, Becky,
Councilman Hoagland.
that 10-foot sidewalk on the east side, is that already conditioned? Is that already part of staff conditions?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I believe we had to install 10-foot sidewalk along Amity based on the Meridian Pathways Committee, but they did not condition 10 feet along Hillsdale. They only conditioned 5. So that would be an additional condition of approval.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I'll close the public hearing on H 2021-0046 Centerville Subdivision.
Second.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I appreciate the excellent dialogue by everyone up here and by the residents and applicant trying to find ways to work things out. That's what we really try to do whenever we can. We try to find a way to make it work if we can get parties to agree and fix things. And even if not, still try to mitigate some things that we see. And I have no idea of the outcome, so I'll make a motion and then see where that lands. And that's one good thing about this council. We often disagree but we aren't disagreeable. So there's still good people. We all have a vision for a great Meridian. And sometimes we all just see it a little differently and how to approach that. But we do it in a way that makes me very pleased to be up here and call everyone colleagues and friends and just try to do the best we can for our community. So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve H 2021-0046 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of July 19th, 2022. And with the additional condition that a 10-foot sidewalk be installed on the east side of Hillsdale from the development down to Media. And that also staff asked ACHD to review the need for traffic calming and expansion options on South Strickenham Way and Hillsdale. And I accept all the revisions and conditions that were also included in the staff report for this hearing date.
I have a motion and a second for discussion. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
The applicant proposed a condition which would basically time the flashing crossing with the sidewalk being implemented on the property to the south. I don't know how that that just could be years out and I don't know how that gets enforced, but just curious if the motion maker had left that out intentionally or if the council could comment on that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pro. No, that's a good point. I just had missed that inadvertently. So I'm happy to include that in the motion that the light at East Hill Parkway be installed upon the completion of the sidewalk on the Lila Hill property. That work for your purposes?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
I don't know if the applicant actually stated when they intended on installing it originally. It's not a requirement, so it's something they're doing voluntarily. My question was more about whether that was the timing, that if the motion maker intended that to be the timing, or if we could state clearly when the timing would be for that light to go in. Not necessarily that I was suggesting that be the process.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, yeah, it was my understanding that the timing of that light would be installed with following the installation of the sidewalk on the out parcel. So.
And the applicant mentioned putting that into a trust. And we would know that I don't know how we'd tie it, but YMCA is going to have to come in for an application for their long-term vision to make that a parking lot. I think it's probably a staff level application to my guess. There's not something else, but I know that's the long-term plan is to make that a parking lot for the YMCA.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to include that in the motion for this application.
Does the second agree for purposes?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just wanted you to know, mostly for the record, I have reached out to the residents. The mayor is correct. The resident had a life estate there. If she no longer lives there, the Y does own that property. So the next conversation would then be with the Y on the timing, as the mayor stated, when they want to do that. Can they assist in creating a safer path now based on whatever their future, growth is. So we'll work on that and we can see if we can expedite that. So. I have reached out to the resident to verify whether or not she's still there.
Okay. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, show.
I did want to point out I already have a condition, or say a DA provision requiring the RRFB with the first phase. So you don't have to be, I guess, specific in the motion, but just to clarify, there is a condition requiring with the first phase, but now we're modifying that provision with the motion.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would include that in the motion that revision is being made with the timing as we indicated.
Second agrees on that. Is there further discussion? Okay, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh. No. Hoagland.
Aye.
3 ayes, 1 no, motion passes. Thank you all for being here and for your involvement in this process. Next item up is a public hearing continued from June 14, 2022 for Bountiful Commons East H 2022-0015. We will continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm covering for Sonia on this project, so be nice with your questions. The applications before you tonight are development agreement modification and a combined preliminary and final plat. Site consists of just over 2 acres, currently zoned CC, and it's located at 5960 North Linder. It's directly south of the Linder Village. I guess now it's called Orchard Park or something like that. The future land use on the site is mixed use community. Property was annexed in 2017 with a DA. Preliminary and final plat was approved in 2018. A property boundary adjustment was recently approved, which established the current configuration of the property. This is the existing development agreement with the conceptual elevations, which depicted, as you can see, one larger building with ancillary parking around it. The modification before you tonight is proposed to update the conceptual plan and remove the conceptual building elevations for Chili's and the event center from the agreement and replace them with concept elevations for the proposed single-story commercial office buildings. Changes to the concept plan consist of replacing the 7,000 and 10,000 square foot buildings, which includes a shared outdoor plaza in between the two buildings, with four multi-tenant commercial office buildings with individual outdoor plaza areas at the rear of each building. Staff recommends changes to the concept plan consisting of removal of the parking spaces on the west side of the site that back into the backage road, and removal of the parking in between each set of buildings for the provision of a common usable area plaza as required in the DA and the comp plan for mixed use designations. Since the commission hearing, an updated concept plan was submitted that depicts the removal of the parking spaces along the west boundary and additional plaza space here. A combined preliminary and final plat is proposed to re-subdivide a portion of Lot 1 and all of Lot 4, Block 1 of the Bountiful Commons subdivision. The proposed plat consists of 3 building lots on the 2 acres. Access to the subdivision exists via private driveway backage road that runs along the west boundary parallel to Linder Road. Commission did recommend approval with conditions. The key discussion by the commission was pertaining to the MDA and the proposed design of the site in relation to staff's recommendation for a more centralized open space plaza area. So to be clear, that recommendation would be to remove these parking spaces, or at least some of them on both ends here, to have that shared plaza in between the buildings. The commission was generally supportive of the parking spaces being removed along the drive aisle on the west, but was not in support of removing parking. As you can tell by what was submitted with the updated site plan, the applicant agrees with that assessment. And I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff? Is the applicant here?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way in Boise, 83713. Thank you to Joe for giving that great summary. It's like he was Sonia. He's just channeling exactly what we talked about the last time and what happened during commission. So I'm here representing our client, the developer for Bountiful Commons East. We're requesting a development agreement modification to renew the existing development agreement and the concept plan that's attached, and a combined preliminary and final plat for the project. You covered the location well. I'm just going to skip past this. That's the original concept plan. This is the original proposed concept plan that we showed the commission, and based on our discussion with them and staff's recommendation, we removed the parking that was on the west side adjacent to that drive aisle. So we replaced that with a couple of open space and plaza areas that could be used for the entire development, and did leave parking where it was recommended that we replace with plaza space. So that's those are the open space areas that we added. And then we also added a sidewalk along that drive aisle to allow for access up to the north. There's a pretty neat park that's being developed with the Orchard Park development that will be in close proximity to this development. So it'll be a nice amenity for the area. So this is our third site plan too, I might mention. Our client actually had a neighborhood meeting with adjacent neighbors. And based on their feedback, he actually moved initially, I don't know if you can see my pointer or not, but initially there was a couple of plazas proposed adjacent to the existing residential subdivision to the east. And based on the comments that he received during that neighborhood meeting, he understood that they were concerned about folks being close to their homes. And so he asked that we move those to the rear of the buildings on the north and south of each of these buildings. So, these are the conceptual elevations and proposed floor plan that's attached to the buildings that are attached to this development plan, or this concept development plan. We would like to request a little bit of flexibility with this concept plan, which we think would work really well with the provision in the DA to allow for reconfiguration of the buildings if a different tenant came in. So right now our client has, I believe, one tenant procured for professional services at the northwest part of the site, but the remainder of the property is, they don't have anyone in mind as far as users. So he'd really like to maintain some flexibility as far as the way that the buildings are oriented and how they would be accessed. So right now we're showing multi-tenant buildings, but we would like to have a provision considered in the development agreement to allow us to have some minor modifications to this concept plan, as long as it's in substantial conformance with the concept plan. So this is our combined preliminary and final plat. We're proposing 3 lots. As Joe mentioned, we recently did a property boundary adjustment to get that northwest property out of this property so that a user could develop there. And this is a landscape plan that was, as part of the original approval for Bountiful Commons, a 25-foot landscape buffer was required adjacent to those residential lots to the east. And so this incorporates that 25-foot landscape buffer as well as a berm. And as you can see, it's pretty heavily vegetated to make sure that any nuisance or sound or light would be mitigated as much as possible. You know, it's always tricky when commercial properties abut residential. In this case, the developer has done his best to not only integrate the commercial uses that will eventually be here, but provide a little bit of mitigation to those residents. So as I mentioned, we are requesting to modify one of staff's conditions. Initially, before when we met before commission, we were wanting to also modify this condition to remove 10 parking spaces in the west boundary of the site, but we have since revised our site plan to go along with staff's recommendation based on our discussion with commission that night. We, however, would like to request to omit the requirement or the recommendation to replace parking areas between buildings A and B and C and D with plazas. We think that the replacement of the parking along the drive aisle has added open space that complies with the comprehensive plan's intent for those plaza areas, and think that it's going to really be more of an asset than a central open space would be for this development. We're really trying to consider who is going to be using these open spaces, and our intent is for this property to be, or this project to be developed with professional offices for the most part. And we don't believe that the users of those spaces are going to be wanting to locate or hang out in the middle of the parking lot in a plaza. We think that they'll probably be more likely to go north to the park that'll be in the adjacent development. So as I mentioned, we're showing these open space areas. We've added that sidewalk to add the connection to the north. And let's see. And an important part of this request is we really want to include as much parking as possible for future users. As I mentioned, the developer doesn't know who's going to locate here. He wants to maintain flexibility for future users and make sure that the site plan is adaptable and that it can be easily modified and includes as much parking as possible. We really don't want to create an issue with less than adequate parking in this area. Just so you have a visual, here's the Linder Village, or the Orchard Park, or Orchard Sands, I think is what they changed their name to, the park that's going to be located there. There's going to be a parking lot as well as other walking amenities. So our sidewalk will connect well with that development. We believe that flexibility can be afforded to this project, and we're excited to work with you on a DA provision to allow for that by not only allowing us to include the plazas and open space on the west side of the site rather than in the center, and to include a DA provision to allow a little bit of flexibility on the concept plan. We appreciate staff's support and help on this project too. Sonia and Joe have both been great. So I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Hi, Stephanie. Good to see you. So couple questions. If I read correctly, the square footage of the original buildings, there was supposed to be approximately 10,000 square foot building, 7,000 square foot building, but this new proposal almost doubles that in terms of building square footage. So I assume there's parking analysis has been done and that's all compliant. But that's quite a bit more, that's several more users, tenants than would have been in the prior buildings, which would have essentially been 2, if I understand right. So I see this as being a fairly big change to use, not maybe bigger than the commission really had discussed. So if you could share more about that in terms of, I assume there's going to be like a business HOA that's going to keep these buildings in shape and keep the parking lots, in great condition and that kind of thing. So if you would talk about the additional square footage of the buildings and how the parking will be affected, how that will affect traffic that's going to be brought in versus what was there before. So that's that. And then, well, go ahead and address that. I have one more question about the open space when you're done.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Pro. Yes, so the user before that had been contemplated was an event center and a dance studio, as well as restaurant users such as Chili's. And so those users, although smaller in square footage, tend to have a little bit more foot traffic and vehicular traffic. And I believe that the users that are now proposed, although the square footage is higher, will include less vehicles and less parking. I know that's the user to the northwest, I believe, is the dentist office, which is probably going to be one of the more heavily parked and needs more parking than maybe some of the other users. They're going to be more like professional offices. I don't know exactly what is planned there, and it's hard to predict the parking that'll be required, but that solidifies our request to make sure that we keep as much parking in the center as we can without losing the flexibility there. Staff actually did a really great job of summarizing how much parking we are currently providing. And so for commercial and office use in a commercial district, a minimum of 63 off-street parking spaces are required for the square footage that we're proposing, which is about 31,500 square feet. So we're actually, I think with the loss of the 10 parking spaces adjacent to the drive aisle, we're proposing 144 spaces. So we're double that. And that's really, I don't know. It's hard to predict exactly who's going to come in, but we wanted to make sure it was overparked so that it's not an issue for fire and police and all the folks that take care of their area.
Councilwoman Pro.
Yes, I caught that with the parking spaces, but my thought was, it looks, at least from this concept plan, that there could be up to 16 different tenants in here. Am I seeing that correctly? And so I thought, what if, yes, I realize these spaces are probably, 1,000, 1,500 square feet, but what if you have a boutique shop and, a smoothie shop? And I mean, the uses will really have an effect on the parking. So that's why I wanted to just ask that question. And because the commission conversation was that this might primarily be office specific. And that doesn't necessarily mean there's less parking than retail, but since we don't know that, I just wanted to make sure that there's a plan for all contingencies.
Yeah.
My second question about the open space is, the commission had not made the recommendation to alter these center areas between the buildings, the spots in there to become open space because they expected that these would be more office-like uses. But you're saying that you don't know that that's actually what's going to happen.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro, I could have our client come up and speak to that in a little bit more detail, but my belief based on our last discussion, is that these are going to be professional users. It's just hard to predict. I don't want to say on the record that for sure it's going to be, professional offices without specific people in place, but
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Councilwoman Pro.
So just really quickly, the areas around the building that are dotted, are those sidewalks or is that like landscaping around each building?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, are you talking about, so I believe there is the
Yes,
property.
those.
No, that just indicates the 25-foot landscape buffer, the dashed lines.
Okay.
And then there are sidewalks along the rear of each building as well as the sides. And that's to really provide pedestrian connectivity to all the plaza areas behind the building. We're trying to comply with the mixed use community future land use map designation with that one. So I don't know if that answered the little speckled spots or that's sidewalk.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Stephanie, to the east, you talked about a berm and heavily landscaping. Is there a fence on top of the berm? I would assume that subdivision to the east, they already have probably vinyl fencing, 6 foot. So is that changing? Tell me a little bit about that, how that interaction occurs there.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland. So the plan right now, there's a 25-foot landscape buffer with a 3-foot berm. It's at a 3-to-1 grade. So it actually takes up that whole 25-foot of landscaping. I believe that the trees and everything will be placed within that berm. So they could be placed up or above and kind of interspersed throughout there. There is an existing fence, I think it's wood, that's on the property boundary. So that's along the rear of the homes that are to the east of us.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
On the buildings, I know you want some flexibility and you don't know all the tenants that you'll have. But is the potential, would you entertain for building B and C, which are the buildings to the east, up against that? Would there be a possibility of any restaurants going in those areas?
Mr. Chair, Councilman Hoagland, I don't believe that our client has that planned. I know that there's been talk about potentially changing the orientation of buildings. So building B and C could potentially shift, with more of an east-west kind of orientation, but I don't know that they have a user in mind. Shaking his head no.
Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Stephanie, yeah, it's been our experience that sometimes we imply, commercial and offices are great and, they're limited hours and whatnot, and then a restaurant moves in. And boy, it changes and the hours are longer, the noise is elevated. It's just a whole different ball game. So that is something that I'd be concerned about if there was going to be restaurant delivery trucks, all those things that occur in the restaurant business. So I don't know if that'd be a condition or not to say any easterly buildings not have the restaurants you could do on the western ones, but up against homes, that's just that's asking a lot. They're going to be impacted by anyway, but that's something that just goes a little far in my experience that I found. And Mr. Mayor, if I might ask Joe a question.
Go for it.
All right, because I'm out to stump Joseph tonight because he's filling in. Man, I can't stump him. I've tried. Joe, Stephanie's asked about having some flexibility in DA for minor modification. What is minor modification? How what does that look like in your opinion?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hogan, that's a great question. Usually, I guess it depends on the planner, but usually Bill and I, when we look at these, if it shows 4 buildings, we typically want to keep 4 buildings. However, sometimes depending on the conversation within that hearing and Bill's elephant brain, he's like, no, the discussion was really more focused about the square footage total, that type of thing. And so at times we have said, like, as long as you keep the square footage approximate, you can reduce the number of buildings kind of thing. To keep it on the record, I'd prefer that flexibility just be in the DA than to add a provision that says, or I could modify the existing provision that says it should be substantially compliant with the submitted concept plan with the modification or with the exception of the number of buildings can be reduced from 4 to 3 and not have to come back for a DA, which my understanding is that's more of what would be the potential option. of just instead of having four, maybe having one larger building in a certain area and then having the other two, and just that kind of flexibility. I don't believe that we would require a DA mod if they change the orientation of the building. Not really concerned with that typically. I think that that's kind of the flexibility that we inherently have in that, but I would prefer a specific DA provision just to make sure that the record's clear and for people like not Bill.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
so to that point then, so if they combined buildings B and C, oriented them going north-south and made it, and it was a 16,000 square foot building, just to, as a for instance, so you got the two going this way, one big one going this way. That's a modification, being flexible on minor modification. It didn't increase square footage. It didn't increase number of buildings because you combine 2 to 1, but I'm just trying to wrap my brain around, okay, what is a minor modification here and how do we, if this goes forward, what does that look like? So.
Right, that's great. This is every time a DA modification comes through and or an application comes through, I have to make that call. Does it require a DA mod or not because of something like that? And based on the conversation of the hearing, it's your call if you want to make a specific provision saying that they're allowed to reduce the number of buildings without coming back, or based on the conversation, we can understand that council is okay with that. Or if you're not okay and you guys want to be very strict, that's also a possibility. Okay. But there is inherent flexibility. But again, typically showing 4 buildings, we would want 4, but that's not always set in stone unless council specifically states that.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I did want to note, Mr. Councilman Hoagland made the comment about limiting the location of a restaurant. CC district does allow restaurant use. I was going to recommend, if that is a concern for council and the applicant is okay with it, to limit that to the west side of the site or something like that. And I think would be a good middle ground there. But that would be a new DA provision.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Joe, a restaurant, does it have a broad definition? Like, are we talking like wine shops, tobacco shops? Is it going to include all of that? Or are we talking about dining in service?
Councilman Pro, it's pretty broad. If they sell food, I mean, Jamba Juice to, Chili's or whatever, that's all restaurant in our code. It's not specific enough to limit that. Wine shops and things like that get a little more complicated. But typically, yeah, so if they sell food and that's their primary use, we're going to say it's a restaurant, and then their parking ratio doubles. So based on their parking counts, they theoretically, every single suite could be a restaurant and it would meet code. I don't think that would functionally work, but I think that mathematically it would meet code still. So I think even if half the site was restaurant use, depending on the user and the hours, it'd probably be okay, but it doesn't sound like that's what the applicant wants to do anyways. So I think we should be safe with the parking ratio and restaurant uses.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Kelly Carpenter.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kelly Carpenter. I am a neighbor that backs up to this. My address is 5991 North Arliss Avenue in Meridian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for hearing this tonight. First off, I'd like to state that the developer, Mr. Gosser, has been very flexible and very accommodating to the neighbors. So I do appreciate that. And I do appreciate your time, like I stated. We just have a couple of concerns as neighbors. First concern is the fencing. The fencing is wood. It is slatted. Currently, our bedrooms are on the back of our home, and that can't change. So unfortunately, the headlights shining through the slatted wooden fence does cause a problem. I have spoken to Mr. Gosser about potentially doing a solid wood fence of some sorts. I don't know what that would look like. Paramount does have a very specific wooden fence. I think potentially if we could stain it the same color, it could look similar, just more of a solid fence. That might work just to keep the headlights out of our windows in the evening. Another point with the east side of the property, Mr. Gosser's property, there is currently a dumpster on the plan right up against the 25-foot berm. We can actually hear the dumpster being emptied across Linder Road at the Homestead Restaurant at 4 a.m. every Wednesday morning. So I can guarantee you that I will be able to hear a dumpster 50 feet away from the back of my home. So I am a little concerned about that. Mr. Gosser has stated that the waste department is very specific about where they will allow their dumpsters. I'm just hoping that we can come up to some sort of resolution, potentially on the northwest corner. I have seen on his plan that there is currently one on the southwest corner. And on a previous plan, he did have a dumpster on the northwest corner. So I don't know if that is possible. We would appreciate that. Additionally, with the minor modification, we really would not like the building B and building C to be turned north-south, because it would go from looking at just a smaller section of a side of a building to then a full strip of a side of a building. So that's just something, again, that we are not super happy about with the northwest potential modification. Another thing that we were speaking with Mr. Gosser about was the berm, the 25-foot berm. As of right now, and there's been debate as to who did this, if this was Brighton or if it was an easement, but outside of our fence is 3 feet of our land. And initially, the farmer that owned the property used that 3 feet as a irrigation canal. And so now that that is no longer irrigation land, we are in the discussion of, do we move the fence the 3 feet and gain our land? Is that part of the 25 feet that is the berm? Does Mr. Gosser start? So there's a whole bunch of conversation about what to do with that. But if we can come to an accord as to the berm, what type of berm, are we going to do a sloping berm? Are we going to do maybe a 90-degree berm? We're not really sure. Also, what are we going to do with the fencing? So I think there's a lot of questions right now as to what we want to do. The two problems I see with the sloping berm, and I'm sorry, I know I've gone past my 3 minutes, is we're concerned about if it does slope, that potentially irrigation water from the line of trees could come down into our backyards and potentially create some sort of swampy situation. That's concern number one. Concern number two, safety. I don't want somebody standing on that berm and looking over into my yard. I have 3 small girls. Also recently, I know this is Meridian, it's a great town. We love it, it's so safe, but there was an active shooter that was loose in our neighborhood about 2 months back. Police tried to pull somebody over in the Winco parking lot, and they took off into the Paramount neighborhood, and we were all put on lockdown. So just seeing that there's a berm that somebody could potentially use that to leap over into my yard to take refuge, again, is just a concern. But we're willing to work with Mr. Gosser. Again, I'm not an architect, but I was thinking something of the extent of, if we did more of an angular berm with a fence at the top, potentially an 8-foot wooden fence. Again, I'm not really sure. That would give us more privacy, a bit more safety, and then again, the headlight issue. So those are our main concerns as neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hogan.
Yeah, Kelly, real quick, do you have to have wood fence to match the rest of the neighborhood? I mean, if it was vinyl, is that an option?
We would
no
have
paint, no
to,
stain, or
yeah,
not an option?
We would definitely have to talk to the Paramount HOA. I know that they're very particular about the fencing because it is really the look of the HOA. If you drive around either the Shinden or Meridian Road or Linder Road, you really see that dark wood. So I would think that they would be pretty upset by that.
Okay.
But not 100%.
Got it. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So it's your property and one of your neighbors that essentially 2 houses that back up.
Yes,
to
there's
this.
only 2 of the neighbors that are here this evening, but there are, I believe, 5 houses that are affected by this.
Are all of you on the same page as far as working together with the developer to get fencing and the berm and everything worked out? Or is there, I mean, if the neighbors don't agree how that, if the developer is going to say, yes, I will work on this with you, we'll get together and we'll do a design. I mean, is this going to become like a major issue for the developer who's trying to help do things that maybe he wasn't otherwise planning because the neighbors aren't in agreement or something along those lines?
As of right now, Mr. Gosser does not want to provide a fence. He wants to utilize the fence that is already there. So he has told me that he feels that that is not his responsibility as a developer. So that is where we are in disagreement. One neighbor, when this whole property started coming in, he wanted a large center block wall to the tune of $30,000. And we all thought that that was a bit overkill and obviously not the look of Meridian. But since then, we really haven't heard from him. The lady next door to him has personal issues and really doesn't come out of her house much. Next family, it's a family with 3 boys and a girl. And he has been on some of the Zoom calls with Mr. Gosser. I don't know why they're not here tonight. But I do believe that we would all be on the same page.
Mr. Mayor, one more question.
Councilwoman Pearl.
So with the fence, I like the idea of the fence sitting on top of the berm. The challenge is landscaping what then becomes the slope between your fence and that fence. It kind of becomes this black hole of problems because you've got this dead area that's, maybe it's landscaped, but they've got to get in there with mowers and get in there with trimmers. And that fence along the berm creates an issue. So has there been any thought put into that in terms of like what, has there been any discussion about what that dead space would look like?
Right. And that's exactly the concern. Myself and my neighbors have been flexible in talks of, do we move the fence out 3 feet and reclaim that land? So then the berm starts and there's not that dead space as you're speaking about. I've even had a neighbor say, what if Mr. Gosser wants to purchase the 3 feet from us? So we personally would like to gain that 3 feet, but I think we're flexible. If we can come to an accord with Mr. Gosser in terms of, do you want to purchase that 3 feet or are we going to move the fence out the 3 feet? But I agree with you. Right now, it's just a big weedy mess and it would just continue to to be a big weedy mess. I don't think that any of the neighbors would be willing to go back there and trim and mow and take care of it. And especially again, if it's our property, that's not Mr. Gosser's responsibility. So I know I personally would like to move the fence and claim the 3 feet on our property.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Is there that's everyone who signed up. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Good evening. If you can state your name and address for the
I'm
record.
Leonard Bedian, and I live at 5965 North Arlo. All I have to say is at a past meeting, they offered us a berm or fence. Okay? They didn't offer it. They said you could have it's berm or fence. That's the way it was worded. We got up and tried to explain that our land is higher than their land, and we wanted that dirt filled in, or I did. Only me and my wife were there, that we could do it. They asked what the other neighbors thought. I says I couldn't talk for them because we had a representative for us. We didn't have to be at the meeting, but he didn't show up. So we didn't know what had been proposed. All we heard was fence or berm. So yeah, the council, I'll tell you the truth, made a joke of me. What do you mean 2 fences, double fences? I said I'd have to put up another fence on my property and let them put a fence on their property if they want a 6-foot fence they were offering. They didn't say, they weren't offering anything, tell you the truth, berm or fence. After the meeting was closed and, you know, we couldn't talk anymore. Of course, the developer could say what he wanted to say. He said what he wanted to say. And then Councilman Cavender, yeah, you got up and said, you know, we spent enough time on this. And the man has offered a fence. Now the meeting's closed. We can't talk anymore. Has offered to put up a fence, haul your old fence away, build a fence. And you said he could do it, but he can't do it on my land. I had already said that. Well, I didn't know what the proposal was because we never heard from the guy who took control of us. And then you decided, okay, give him the berm. Oh, then Councilman Burnt. Yeah, he said he thanked Trevor for his cooperation and everything he had done. You know, after they had okayed a berm. So anyway, we walked. We couldn't say anything. Not one word. We had the other mayor was here. It's like there were different rules. And if you could find the transcript of that thing, you'd know what was said. And that was it. I didn't think the decision was fair, but I mean, you couldn't talk. And that was the end. Now, if he was willing then to put up a fence, okay, bring our property to level, well, I would have went for it and I would have talked for the other three. But I never had the chance. Anyway, that's it. If there's any other questions, if I've said it wrong, ask me.
Thank you. And this was back during the 2018 application, the original.
2 years and 2 years. Then we had okayed a dance studio there and everything. And it was, it fell through for him and naturally everything changed and now we're back here again. I figured maybe it was a time to correct the error.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
it's Leonard.
Yeah, Leonard.
Thank you for being here tonight. I tried to follow your testimony and it sounds like that, and it wouldn't be the first time that I said something where I put my foot in my mouth. And so if I said something during my testimony that upset you or offended you, I want you to know that I apologize. That's never my intentions. And if I did say something, whether it was taken as I intended or not, I just want you to know that I'm sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Leonard, a question. You had talked about your land is higher than what this development.
Hey, Leonard, can you get in front of the?
Keep the microphone in front of your mouth since we have to record it.
Bought the place. I bought an empty lot. When I got there, the perimeter fence was up. Okay, I didn't know it was my property on the other side of it, but there was a kind of irrigation ditch. Okay. Later, I didn't find this out for 8 years or right before the land sold. The farmer sold the land to Trevor. They said, you know, 2 feet of that's yours. That's when all this came up. I figured, well, hell, what happened? So Brighton had sued or no. The farmer wanted to cover the canal or pipe it. Brighton said no, he fought it. Brighton won. Okay, so now the farmer left his canal there. I don't know if there was an easement for it. I don't know anything about it, so I'm not going to lie and say I did. But the canal rotted our fence posts. We've had to repair them. We had to fight Brighton the first time to repair it. The second time, we repaired it. And that was it. So there we are, we're stuck. Now, it's as soon as he was ready to sell it, the farmer filled the canal up and moved the canal in, or the ditch. Yeah, he moved it in, sold the property. I don't know what he disclosed to the buyer. Anyhow, then it came and you guys came up with this other decision. Well, I wanted, okay, that's why I wanted the fence taken away. But my property is higher, or the grade was higher. Water comes right into my backyard. Okay, then it drops about, oh, that much. And it's a trench. That's why I wanted it evened off, evenly graded properly down the other way. Mine stays at where it was, even though I'm not happy with it, but it does. And then like I said, they made it, the council, and you apologized, I'm sorry. I was made a joke of. Burton, I don't know where he's at. He says, what's this double fence? You know, it was a joke. And the only one that really knew what was going on was the gal next to you. What was her name? Geneva? Yeah. And she knew what was going on and tried to explain it. But hey, you had a lame duck mayor. You had 2 lame duck councilmen and a newbie on the council. Okay, and that was it. But the vote was unanimous. That's all I've got to say. I mean,
Mr. Mayor, Leonard, I
if there's
still,
any other questions, go ahead.
I need to understand, because Kelly had mentioned they didn't want to berm and people looking in. And then you say your property's higher, and Kelly can, I'll probably ask her the same question later. So your property's up here. Is the ditch that was filled in, is that where the property starts a little bit, that's just a little bit lower? And then it's level, it goes level all the way to his property?
Because of the ditch. It is all on the ditch. Okay, it's like that.
Like this, like this.
Okay.
Okay.
When they level that off, my fence is higher.
Okay, their fence is
Right.
up here.
Yeah, up there. Then everything is decent. Then they're putting just a berm.
Right, you fence property, but then they're gonna put a berm.
A berm. So now my fence isn't 6 feet high anymore.
Yeah, because this is up here, so maybe it's only
Yeah,
3 feet high.
so-
So 3-foot berm. Okay.
I said, well, I'll build a fence, 8-foot fence. Then we don't know if the HOH would go for it, or HOA would go for that. The council said, I don't know that there's any rule against that. You could do anything you want. And he said, you could do whatever you want with the property. Give it to them if you want.
I'm sure the newbie
Yeah,
said that. right,
and
Mr.
that's, you could bring that up and you'll see it all.
Mayor? Good. Well, thank you, Leonard. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if Kelly, could you come and enlighten us a little bit on this property thing? I mean, it sounds like you guys are very close. It's just some details that need to be hammered out on this.
Yeah, so what Leonard was trying to explain is, I'm sorry, but forgive me that I didn't come more prepared with photos. So our fence is in the land, and so here's our houses, sorry.
Mhm.
And it slopes down, but it comes up first. And then it goes down into our backyards. So, I mean, technically you could scrape the land and level our backyards, and then Mr. Gosser's property is still slightly on a decline from our backyards. So that's where I was talking about if instead of doing like a hump of a berm, doing more of a decline, or even my husband brought up the point of even doing like a U shape, like an undercut, and then planting trees, almost like a dry creek. So again, not architects, we're landscape architects. We're just trying to come up with some sort of like, what's gonna work for, our homes, keep them safe, our privacy, all of that. So, but yes, what Leonard is saying is that our land is it's higher and then it slopes down. And that was also another concern for the flooding of potential flooding, potential irrigation runoff, and turning our backyards into swamps. So, yeah.
That helps. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Appreciate that.
Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item? Then when the applicant like to come forward to close.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
just really quickly, I did want to confirm that the parcel lines that I am showing do show that their fence is off of their property line, which again, I guess Trevor will confirm this, but their landscape buffer is not measured from the fence line as was asked. It's going to be measured from the property line. So there technically is a 28-foot buffer depending on where that fence line is. So I just want to make that clear for council.
Thank you. Say your name, and address for the record, please.
Trevor Gosser, 74 East, 500 South, 3200 Bountiful, Utah. I appreciate the comments from the neighbors. I've tried really hard to work with them. When I first brought this forward, I was asking to do multifamily on this back piece. I brought a plan in with 100 units and, I got a lot of pushback. And so I went back, changed the plan, tried to see what I could do. I found a tenant that wanted to do a dance studio and an event center, which would have brought in actually a lot of traffic on the weekends at nights for recitals. And 2 weeks before we closed the property, they came to me and said that they're no longer going forward. I had to scramble really hard. I was able to get it together and purchase the property. And now I'm just coming back with a new plan. And like I've said, I've got a dentist that's taken that northeast portion. But I would like to just comment on some of the comments that were made by the neighbors. So when I brought it forward, there was another gentleman that wanted me to do a CMU fence, and I felt like that was over and beyond what I should be doing. I went and took pictures of all the developments that had just.
Trevor,
Yes.
what's a CMU? What is that?
At cinder block.
Okay.
Yeah. I went and took pictures of all the developments surrounding this development. They were all wood fenced. And they were the original fences from the residential development. And so my approach was, well, that's, what's been done. I don't know why I would need to come in and build a new fence. There was talk about, I don't want to build a fence on their side of the property. I would want to just build it on my property if I was going to do that. Some people didn't want to take down their fence. And so we were going to have a gap in between that's 2 to 3 feet. And so, there was discussion there. I would prefer to have you guys say what we need to do rather than me go back and try to communicate with everybody and get on the exact same page, because I just think that could cause some issues. I would be willing to put a fence on my property line, and then they can do what they want on their side. But I just think there could be a lot of issues trying to work on their side of the property. And so there was talk about headlights coming in. That's why we were building a berm. So that would stop headlights from coming into their backyard. And so that was, we are, yeah, it was a gravity ditch. So water would come in and then it would grade down to the rest of the property. So we are lower.
Mr. Mayor, substantially lower, like 3 or 4 feet lower.
Yeah. And so, and that berm too, if we're 28 feet from the fence line, berm at the crest is in the middle of that 28 feet. where it's 25 feet, so it's even further back. So, you know, it's still quite a ways away from anyone getting up and trying to look into their backyards, and we're gonna have trees and, you know, Joe, we could pull up the landscape plan too and just show the vegetation that we've proposed to plant there. I feel like there's gonna be plenty of screening. But again, I would be willing to put a fence on that back property line and get rid of the berm if that's what they would like me to do.
Council questions, and I get, in your estimation, is the gravity irrigation, is it on the neighbor's property or is it on your property? And then they're 3 feet that we're just gonna assume is
Yeah, well, so
behind their fence?
when I bought the property, it's just Brighton was the developer of that site. And they put the fence line on their side, so 2 feet, 2 to 3 feet on their side.
Where's the irrigation, the former
I
irrigation?
think it's just right at the back of their fence line.
So you would think that's on their property, not your property, if you were,
Would you guys say that the canal, or is it 2 feet off the back? I mean, there's a lot of weeds back there. I haven't really gone back and inspected exactly where it is. So,
I think that because at least where I'm going to, I mean, if you, I'm not gonna say these aren't great people, but if you're just saying, tell them to tell you what to do, I guess are you agreeing to do whatever they say you're gonna, you don't have to
no,
sign the
I guess I would
agreement.
just propose, I would just say, let's either do a new 6-foot fence on my property line. And, you know, and get rid of the berm, because I think that's what they're requesting. I would do that.
Mr. Mayor, I'll yield my
Council.
time to.
But I'd ask
Councilwoman
if you
Perot.
guys have any questions regarding that.
Councilwoman Pro.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a real estate broker. I've dealt with this before.
Sure.
It's not fun. Ends up being a 3-foot gap full of weeds and nothing. I agree that we can't, if it's truly on their property, which it sounds like it probably is. I pulled up the original plat and it's not showing on there on the Paramount side, but there's no plat notes that say that there's a ditch or an easement or anything on that, on Paramount's original map. But would you consider doing a taller fence, maybe an 8-foot fence, and just then allowing them to deal with that 3 feet however they do? And I don't think replacing their own subdivision fence, first of all, you can, it's not your property, but even if they agreed to let you do it, it just doesn't make sense. So the berm issue, I don't know, the berm just in this situation, I don't feel like is the best, you know, you're asking us to make the decision. We can't technically, but just talking out loud, the berm doesn't make sense in my opinion. And so would you be willing to do a taller fence or a fence that's more substantial? That's not just, you know, maybe it's more like a block wall or something that's along those lines.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I'd prefer to keep the plan as is. I would do a 6-foot wood fence, just like every other developer has done in that area. I don't know why I would be held to go in and do an 8-foot fence. That's substantially more substance. You know, it was approved that way last time I came in. I'm willing to work with the residents and put, you know, right now it's approved without a fence. So I can go and put in a 6-foot fence. You know, I'd be willing to do that. Their land's already higher. So, I mean, it's not like I'm on an even playing field compared to some of the other developments that just have a 6-foot fence and, you know, their land's flat right behind their property. So it's already, you know, elevated for them.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Trevor, though, if you move the fence, a 6-foot fence to your property line, because you can build it on your property right there, then they will have a little bit of fall in their ground. It sounds like it starts where their fence is, it drops off from their fence.
Well, it goes up, so there would be actually something that goes up if I build it off of theirs. Right now, there's their fence line, right? Then it drops down. So if I bring it back to mine, that's gonna be down lower than what their property is. So it shouldn't, like, water shouldn't be coming up and over.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Oh.
Trying to understand that water flow and whatnot.
And there shouldn't be a lot of water back there. And, I mean, I'm not planting grass or anything. It'd be probably like a drip system with, to those trees.
Mr. Mayor,
Well, if I could just on this, I know as part of the development process, you're required to keep all the water on your property. That is what is in theory gonna be required. That's why I'm trying to figure out where the water, the theory irrigation ditch is, whose property is it on? Because that really was
I
trying to
told
avoid.
them that I would
you-
fill in that ditch,
Well, that's, that would be part of the question is like, why would we not level this? Is there a reason why we would not want to level your property up to the back of their property through this process? Is there a reason why that ditch should not be filled in? Or just curious, because it seems to be
I'm fine to fill in the ditch. That's not a big deal to me.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
Yeah,
Hoagland.
my same thought process is similar, because if you go to their property line, make sure they're kept level to right to the edge of yours, and then that fence is built, and you got a 6-foot wood fence. It sounds like you have to match what the HOA requires, but that would be new. And then wherever your property goes from there is up to you. If you keep that grade or you drop down, that's fine, but they're kept level with a new fence. And then if you do substantial landscaping or headlights and different things, I think that takes care of headlights and those types of things. You don't have to build a berm. Moving dirt's expensive. I mean, just leveling up that short strip, but that would take care of
Yep,
the
I'd be
berm issue in my mind, but
happy to do that.
dumpster, Mr. Mayor.
That's what I'm.
I'm not talking about you. I was talking about the property. It's late. You gotta throw something out there to keep people awake. No. I noticed you had it here. I noticed on the original plans, you actually had it where that outdoor, open space outdoor plaza was up when you had parking up in there. And that got moved, so.
So Councilman, I have more land next to this building right here. So for Republic Services to get in there, they can kind of get out of the private drive here. That's why that one's a little easier. I did have it up here before, but my engineer just said they've had a lot of issues with Republic Service backing out into private drive here. And so that's why we moved it down here. Originally I had both dumpsters in the middle at the back right here. And they felt like Republic Services would not drive all the way in and pick that up and drive all the way back, because that's exactly where I'd love to put it. And then get it out from there, give it away from the neighbors. I could add more, stalls. I mean, it would be better for me if I could do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, that was my thought as well. I mean, they're having to go clear in there, so why not have it at the end of the north side? Because that's all going to be commercial, so you're backing up to commercial and move
I'm
that
fine to
dumpster
move the
there.
dumpster.
So,
I'll put them right there and we'll see what they say. Yeah.
yeah, I think that makes it work.
Yeah.
Much better for the neighbors. Although
Totally.
Kelly sounds like she has hearing like my wife. She'll hear everything.
But I agree. I think that'd be a great spot for it.
And I'm just curious, how much say does Republic have in this process, out of curiosity?
So, Mr. Mayor, obviously we take it very seriously from them because again, they have to pick it up. So we do really respect their comments, but so I don't know if it's undoable for what you're proposing. My assumption is it's not undoable. It's it can be more difficult, but it doesn't mean they can't do it.
When we've put,
It's your call. Ultimately, it's the council's call.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sure.
typically when we have certificate of zoning compliance come in, so when commercial development comes in, that's the next step. Part of our submittal process is they need to provide proof from Republic Services that their trash dumpster locations have been approved. And that's approved through their standards. So I want to say maybe once or twice they've not approved it. And the applicant has told me, hey, I can't submit because they're saying I can't put my dumpsters where I want them, et cetera. And so I've had to communicate with them, and we have had to move dumpsters sometimes from where the applicant wanted it in order to accommodate Republic Services. So I don't know if we can just say, hey, put it here and Republic Services will pick it up, because they have their certain requirements about how far they want and can back up with their dumpsters, similar to fire. I don't think it's as serious, but that is the communication I've received from Republic Services.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Joe, but they have to know, we don't want dumpsters back up to residential homes if at all possible. I mean, that's just a nuisance.
And get them.
No one's happy.
And the new plastic lids so that they're not metal lids if we can.
Yeah. I will say, Mr. Mayor, I've seen this in other developments. They could put it here in one of these and take up a couple spaces and have it angled in a way that Republic Services can pick it up. I know it's not great to have a dumpster right in front of the building, but I mean, that's a potential option.
That's the way it is at Gramercy. They've got one. I mean, it's
Yep.
horribly unattractive and awkward in its location, but
it functions.
it functions.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move it where we proposed, and hopefully I can get support from staff on that at least, and they will say, okay.
But yeah, on the record, I would love to have it at the back of those little parking areas.
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilman Barrett.
Yeah.
He did.
It's on, Dino. That's true. I was not talking to it. I apologize. Yeah, no, I'm a newbie. So I think it would be pretty easy just to back up. I just think that's really simple.
Greg will take care of that, is what he just said. Councilman Barrett.
Mr. Mayor, one last question.
Councilman Hoagland.
Kelly's list here. Don't turn building. And I can understand from their perspective, but Stephanie asked about flexibility and minor modifications. What type of possibilities do you envision? And I know it depends on clients and you don't know who you have yet. So where are we in that thought process?
That would be one of the possibilities we'd like to have, is if on lot B, building B and building C, if you had a tenant that wanted to take one building in the back there, I'd probably get a little smaller than the two combined. But, I would like that option. We're 28 feet right now, but still 25 feet off the back of the property. Happens all over the city, where houses back up to it on single story, where before I could have gone 3-story with the event center. So I would like that flexibility, or combining lot 9 and lot 8 with one building there too. I'm not going to grow the square footage, but I would like that flexibility. If one tenant came to me and needed both buildings.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
We're trying to kind of work through a couple things. I wouldn't mind if Kelly came back up and kind of commented on some of the things we talked about, where they are in that thought process, and then have Trevor come back up, because we're getting there. We're getting there. Mr. Mayor.
Kelly, if you could just take your name and address for the record again.
Kelly Carpenter, 5991 North Arliss Avenue in Meridian.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Kelly, let's start with the berm and the fencing. Your thoughts on if we had the developer put in a new fence, 6-foot wood, whatever HOA requires, it'd be on his property, but your property would be right there. And that would be leveled off. So yours and Leonard's and the other two properties would be made level. And then he maintains the fencing because it is on his property. And then it's just, if he leaves it a couple feet down and goes out and does substantial landscaping, what are your thoughts on doing something like that?
I actually think that would be fine.
Be all right?
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor and Kelly, on that, our ordinances call for maximum height is 6 foot.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, 6 foot is, yeah, we can't go 8 foot. So
That's totally fine. But no, I think that would be a good solution.
dumpster, I think if we can get that moved, that would be helpful. And with that fencing and substantial landscaping, I think the headlight issue hopefully is resolved. That's one thing about turning the building, though, would help with noise and lights. That's your thoughts on something like
My only thoughts is if, again, we don't know what it could be, right? It could be an office building, which would be great, but it could be some sort of a food eatery. And my thought is just people going out the back door, having a cigarette break. Obviously, again, 3 small girls, don't want them smelling cigarette smoke or hanging out after work. So it's just hard. It's hard to look into the crystal ball and see who the tenant is going to be. And again, if it is a lease situation, the tenant could change. I don't know if I'm correct on that or not. I'm assuming if it's a lease option. So it's just hard to know. I guess my suggestion would be that if the building was to change direction, can we come back for another meeting at that time? Is that an option? I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Joe, the elevations on these, they aren't 2-story office buildings, but they do have some height to them just because of the facade and different things. They look taller than they typically are. If that's memory serves right.
Yeah, applicant said they were 1-story.
Mr. Mayor, yes, they are 1-story. It looks like the top of the parapet's a little over 20 feet. So shorter than a house elevation, that's for sure.
And you're absolutely correct. It double-edged sword, right? If the building was turned, absolutely it'd block a lot of the sound and the light. So I guess my biggest hesitation is who is the tenant? And again, crystal ball, none of us know. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Kelly, you're right. And that's why I know I've done it in the past. When I've counseled previously, there was a location on one and the condition was that a particular section of the building could not be any restaurant or food establishment that operated past, I can't remember if we did a time limit or not, because they tend to be open later and there is music, there's noise, there are all those things that occur so I'm thinking that would be something I'd be interested in pursuing as well, just for that section. If he has restaurants up the other side, that's fine, especially if that building's turned, that helps, that's even better, so.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I will tell you, as of right now, we can hear Homestead again across Linder going until midnight, 1 a.m, guitar music. Luckily, it's all nice guitar music. But yeah, it can be, obviously if you need an early night on a Friday or Saturday, it's not ideal. So if it was not going to be a restaurant, if it was going to be a business, I think that would be something that we can agree to. I do have a question in return for you, and maybe this is more of Mr. Gosser, but would we then lose not the berm, but the strip with trees if the building was to turn orientation, or would that still remain? Okay.
Landscaping is still required.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I just want to say thanks. We do this a lot and I always appreciate when neighbors come up and it's a collaborative, and not only have you brought, hey, here's our concerns, but here's the proposed solutions that you're looking. I just ran a really good master class on being an advocate for yourself and your neighbors and your HOA. So I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you. And truthfully appreciate all of you and your job and your time. And yeah, thank you. We just want to make Meridian great, keep it great, and keep on pushing and all those good things.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I know it's an informal rule, but there is a rule that if you're in a city council meeting after 9:30 with little kids, there's some type of ice cream that's made, you pick up ice cream on the way home or at a later point in time. Again, I don't know if that's enforced at your
They
house.
just had a bag of Skittles and M&Ms, so I think we're pretty sugared up right now.
Perhaps another time.
But thank you
Appreciate
for the
bringing your
kids.
kids and appreciate them sticking with us too.
Thank you again. I appreciate you.
I think we were just going to go with City of Meridian pins,
Yes, and thank you for those. Okay, good.
Thank you. Sir Gasser, would you like to come back up?
So if I turn the building, her concern was people going out back. I would make sure that there was a condition too, that at least the plaza areas were still on the side of the building and not directly behind it. That could be a way to mitigate that from ever happening. As far as the restaurant use, you know, I honestly don't foresee restaurant use coming to this space. But if there is a small 1,000 square foot tenant that wants to do some type of food use, I would hate to restrict my property and miss out on that. I'm okay to restrict how late it goes because I'm not going to have a big sit down restaurant here. I don't have enough parking for it. It just wouldn't work. It would kill my development and all my other tenants. So I'm very conscious with how much parking I have and what my parking ratios are. I don't think a food use would like this location anyways. They want to be close to the street and be visible. This would be buried in the back of the property. So I'm not too concerned on that, but I would still like some flexibility there if there was you know, if there was a little food use in there, but you know, I'm not looking for a sit down restaurant or anything that goes late. I just don't know if there will be any type of tenant like that. Like I said, I am going for more of that, professional use. Your dentist, your attorney office, engineer office, you know, those type of tenants.
Councilman Burr.
I don't see.
Yep.
So I am sorry, Dean, I am too. No, I am. You can hear me, Dean. So sorry, Dean. Yes, you're right. I apologize. But I mean, like, so there's going to be two big commercial properties in front of this. And so, I mean, there's not going to be any, you know, big restaurant that would ever spend that type of money to be like have backseat. You know, I just don't ever see, I would never spend money doing it. My business would go out of business.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
just trying to get this in my mind's eye. Such a visual person. So you're the edge of the parking lot, 25 feet of landscaping, correct? Your 6-foot fence,
Correct.
Drainage ditch, and then paramount 6-foot fence. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's what happened unless they took down their fence. I think the drainage ditch is right on the property line. I would fill that in I can fill it in up to their fence line, but then I will put my fence on the property line.
Which gives them the opportunity to reclaim their 3 feet if they so.
If they wanted to
Goes
tear
to-
it down and
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
what
Hoagland.
I'm hearing is that the applicant would build a new 6-foot fence on the applicant's boundary and level the ditch area to match the neighbor's current property.
Councilman, can I ask, you guys want to go a little lower on my? But do you want it to be even or to go on my side? Okay. Yeah. It'll be-
So you will level the neighbor's ditch area to their satisfaction, to their specifications. How about that?
How about I just level it to where it is right now at the bottom of their fence?
Yeah, yeah, to their fence. That's what I'm thinking. Level it to their property, to match their property line. Then you build your fence to match what to HOA specifications. We don't know what that is, and there will be no berming, but there will be good landscaping as required by city code. Dumpster going to between the two buildings in the middle section somewhere, that back dumpster. For trying to talk, you know, one of the questions earlier to Joe about the flexibility and what that looks like. I mean, it sounds like we're talking about either have the two buildings or possibly one building of one story. and that it's professional office functions in that building. And I think, and so that gives you that flexibility, 2 buildings, or you can turn, and it sounds like they'd be a little bit, might be smaller, instead of combining 16,000, might be less than that.
I mean, it could still be the same, but
Could be.
just because I'm not losing land when I do that, right? So it still could be that, but you know, the tenants that have approached me, because I've had some approach me, it would get a little smaller than that. But have people call me all the time, you know, you just never know what's going to happen.
Was there anything else we're missing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
and I don't want to draw out this process. We heard from one resident. There was another one that was here. I just wanted to make sure that as neighbors were all kind of in agreement. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Joe?
I just wanted to clarify, was part of what Councilman Hoagland stated, limiting the uses as well, as I said, no restaurant uses on the east side, or I can't remember.
For the, yeah, if he turns it, it's limited to professional office functions only.
Okay, thank you.
Because,
Non-food use.
or non-food use, well, yeah, non-food use. I mean, yeah. If it's an office and they want to have a birthday party, I mean, you know, they can have cake.
Mr. Mayor, again, I don't want to belabor this, but down the
Sorry.
road, we have these conversations. Non-food use does allow then a tap room. Is that okay? Because tap rooms don't have food. Okay.
The other thing that you mentioned that you could do is you could limit the hours that would traditionally prohibit the restaurant or other thing from that standpoint.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, council, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, after considering all staff applicant and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-0015 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of July 19th, 2022, with the following conditions: that the applicant will place a 6-foot fence on his boundary line to HOA specifications, as well as level the ditch to match the neighbor's property. And of course, there will not be a berm, and will meet landscaping requirements for the city in that 25-foot area. That the dumpster, one of the dumpsters be placed in between the buildings in the middle area. And that the back offices would be no food use or tap room in those back buildings.
Have a
Second
second.
motion.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Burnt. Burrow.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have pens for the? We already did. it.
We have.
Yep. Awesome. Good. With that, we'll move on to our final items of the evening. Next up is item 8, ordinance number 22-1983. We ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance amending Meridian City Code, Section 3-3-3C regarding limitation on release fees, repealing any conflicting ordinance and providing an effective date.
Thank you. You all have heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
since I've so kindly let my fellow council members make all the motions this evening, I'll make one. I move that we approve ordinance number 22-1983, amending Meridian City Code Section 3-3-3C. Regarding limitation on release fees, repealing any conflicting ordinance and providing an effective date.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 22-1983. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Byrne.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Sorry, Perot.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries, and the ordinance is agreed to. Next item up is ordinance number 22-1985. I'll ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to Alomar subdivision H 2022-0004 for annexation of attractive land located within the southeast quarter of the southwest one quarter, section 10, township 3 north, range 1 west, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, and be more particularly described in attachment A and annexing certain lands and territories situated in Ada County, Idaho, and adjacent contiguous to the corporate limits of the city of Meridian as requested by the city of Meridian. Establishing, determining the land use zoning classification of 8.23 acres of land from RUT to TNR zoning district in the Meridian City Code, providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing for a summary of the ordinance, providing for a waiver of the reading rules, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Perot.
Chris, if you need a side gig as an auctioneer, I have a friend that owns a company.
Sold.
I move that we approve ordinance number 22-1985 with the suspension of rules.
I have a motion second to approve ordinance number 22-1985 under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Byrne. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh. Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Item 10 was not added to our agenda, so it does not exist. Is there anything under future meeting topics? Or a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, I move we adjourn.
A motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.